started because it's only fair that I give an update on the toilet. And we have a couple things to talk about with Tricia, random tea that I found, a couple little Easter eggs. And then we're going to get into the deposition. And what I'm going to do is Jolene Lunzer, if you're not subscribed to Jolene, you're going to want to subscribe to Jolene because she's covering all this stuff too. And she's great. And she actually uncovered all of this. So please check out Jolene Lunzer if you haven't already, which I'm sure you are.
This is fucking crazy, yo.
So, I missed you too, Melissa Hart. Happy Easter. Glass Evidence, good to see you. So we're going to read the deposition kind of like a play. I don't know if I can perfect the Tricia voice like Lunzer does, but we're going to give it our best shot. But I want to read it for context, beginning to end, right? Aw, thank you, Servy319. Happy Easter, Beau Bear. Sand Willow. Sand Willow says, Tricia is an idiot. Almost all people leave everything to relatives. There is a person in my will I don't like and refuse to talk to, but they are family. While you preach, Sand Willow, thank you for coming out of the bushes to share your story. Dude, Jolene is the Jolene just makes my day or night or whatever. She sounded like Marge Simpson, but you know she really sounded like, you remember Pat from Saturday Night Live? Pat, they didn't know if it like Pat was a boy or a girl. She sounds like Pat. Next time you listen to her do her Tricia voice, think of Pat. Hey, Stay Humble. Stay Humble's the one that got me my pretty shirt. Everyone's complimenting me, Stay Humble. Jay's not in a t-shirt. Hey, Irish girl, happy Easter to you. Flo, I gave my money away. If I need something, I ask my kids. I'm super creeped out that Tricia is wearing a dead woman's clothes and jewelry. Right. Do you guys remember the movie? Which one was it? Where they go to Saturday school. Oh my God, I can't even think of it. It's like one of my favorite movies. Don't you forget about me. Remember that movie? I can't think. Breakfast Club. Oh my God, I couldn't think of it. But toilet check. But remember when the guy's like, oh my God, I love Summer School with Mark Harmon. That's one of my favorites, Servy. We should start doing movie nights on Kick just for the hell of it. But anyways, remember when he says to the principal, did you know that, or is Barry Manilow aware that you raided his wardrobe? That's what I feel like saying to Trish. Does Beth B know that you raided her wardrobe? What's up, voices behind the wall? It's not clocking to Trish. Jay's standing on business. Well, she better wake up because there's some weirdness, right? Because I want to say to her, does Beth B know that you raided her wardrobe? Thank you, Brown-Eyed Girl. And thank you, Mary Dean, for the super chat. And Flo, I think you gave 5 cooterships. It didn't register in my chat for some reason. But I'm pretty sure I saw people thanking Flo for the cooterships. So
she says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
I love how Shara's been keeping up on this Tricia stuff. 16 candles. I've never seen Weird Science. Oh, White Boy says, Jay, I watched your last stream on WebSleuths. She lied about Google AdSense and DNA donations. Can't do that. Right. She totally did. She's like, oh, sometimes, it comes in at 60 days and sometimes it comes in at 30 days. The DNA solves is what he's talking about. Dude, she raided this woman's wardrobe. Probably when she had the estate sale. She probably got to take whatever she wanted. So she took all those blazers and shit. Yeah, I've never seen that. How else could I be me? Tricia, you had it out 4 years ago? That's great. Okay, so let's get into today's show. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please consider subscribing to my channel. And here is our space toilet update. If you guys haven't seen this, we're gonna get a laugh out of this one. Watch.
They were also talking about some wastewater dump, the universal waste management system, or basic.
I don't know how I feel about them dropping their shit in the atmosphere. Is that what it would be like, or in space? Leave it to us to go and litter in space with our feces. Hypnotizes lobsters, pastel silk blouses, blazer, and brooches, baby. Oh, don't forget all the necklaces, Mrs. T. Tricia's gonna.
We're going to count the money.
But anyway, you think it would burn up? I don't think it does. Sparky, I don't think it does.
Basically, the space toilet on the Orion spacecraft typically dumps that wastewater every day overboard. It's vented overboard, much like what happened during the space shuttle era.
It's vented overboard. Look at Christina back here. Christina's going wild in the back. Look at her. Listen, I saw a thing on X where it showed the people, these astronauts, but it was like it showed them with a green screen and like ropes holding them up, and like the one guy was sideways and the ropes were holding him up, and it made it look like we were being fooled. But anyways, can you imagine being 150,000 miles from home and you have a bathroom that's not working properly? Well, now they're going to report a smell. Houston, we've got a smell.
Much like what happened during the space shuttle era. And we're currently about 2 days, 4 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The Orion spacecraft carrying the 4 crew members who you currently see on your screen are about 134,000 miles away from Earth, and they have about 137,000 miles between them and the moon.
Jackie, for the EMERCOM DFTO, I am ready for your go in instruction 76. I understand we might be pausing to address this issue. And regarding the smell, I just wanted to be sure you all were tracking the EGS notes of the kind of burning heater smell that was coming from toilet several times. It was never identified as a source, what it exactly was, but it was identified as a known smell. So that's one reason why when I smelled it earlier, I didn't report it. It was kind of a lighter odor than this time, though.
Could you imagine?
Copy all, Christina, and yeah, we'll discuss at least for a few minutes here before we continue on with the EMERCOM DFTO. And yep, we are getting the information about the pre-flight smell now, so thanks. Hey, we just wanted to follow up on 2 items. One is related to the hygiene bay odor that you reported earlier. The ground teams do believe it may be related to the orange gasket material around the hygiene bay door.
Don't think so.
Perhaps it's related to, open and closes of the door or, different operational situations there. But you're welcome to continue to file down your observations and changes in the odor strength or frequency. But overall, we don't have any major concerns. I'm sure some folks will continue to talk about it, but I just wanted to kind of close that topic out.
She wants to close it out. I'm sure you do.
Okay, we got both of those. And just about the orange insulation around the door of the hygiene bay, we're pretty convinced that's not what we smelled today.
He's like, no, that ain't it.
All right, thanks for that data. And Jeremy, just since we're talking about it a little bit, if you want to give us one final set of observations on that smell for today, we would take it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else we can tell you, Jackie. It was described before as when you turn on, before we flew, what we might expect is when you turn on a heater that's been sitting for a while and you feel that sort of burnt, or you smell that burnt smell that comes from that. And I do think it smelled similar to that. For me, it was some sort of burning.
Literally, their farts smell like something burning. You know they got to eat like special food, right? Don't they eat like all that like astronaut food, like Dippin' Dots? Thank you, Dreads to Locks. I had maintenance done Thursday. And I didn't see you guys yesterday. So you haven't seen me since I had my maintenance done. It's so much more tamed. Dude, I need to do it more often. I do like every 6 months. Anyways, back to the shitter.
Odor. And then it was definitely in the hygiene bay. And when I opened up the hygiene bay, the rest of the crew did smell it pretty much immediately.
Hey, Elle. See you later, Daphne. Happy Easter.
We copy, Jeremy. And is that...
Yeah, 2 things out there.
Yeah, we're curious if it is still persisting, and we'll take your 2 things.
That one on the delay. Sorry about that, Jackie. I think 2 things to add from my perspective. Number one, we had a similar smell on flight day 1 when Christina first fired up the toilet, and then we haven't had that at all since. And then this was a more acute moment of this compared to flight day 1. Similar, but definitely more acute.
Oh, it's the best feeling in the world, Dreads to Locks.
Okay, we copy. And is it still actively have that odor today, or has it dissipated?
Has it dissipated?
It's been used since, and there was no odor that time.
Houston copies. That helps. Thanks.
No, it doesn't help. I'd be like, I need a freaking
thanks,
toilet.
Jackie, and window 2 photos are complete. But feel free to leave the earth in the windows.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've been pretty exploratory in our attitudes today, and we're going to have to head back to something more standard. Let us know if you have anything else to report just on timeline status or things we need to know overnight. Otherwise, that's all we have for you.
That's your space nerd update. Oh my God. Can you believe it? The biggest news we've had is the flippin' toilet. I did see a couple cool pictures of Earth, but we haven't really seen anything miraculous yet. You're here for the farts. Hey, Evelyn. How it can dissipate. Dude, can you imagine being stuck in that little capsule? And the toilets, oh my God, toilets mess up. Hey, Save All the Frogs. I'm so excited to be here. I bet you are. I bet you are. Shit's getting deep. I love there's a space shit drama. Can you, right. I can't. Okay, so I had to share that because we're keeping up with this whole lunar visit that's going on. So next thing, let's open up an Easter egg. Are you ready to open up an Easter egg?
We're going to count the money.
Okay, here is Easter egg numero uno. We saved a pilot in Iran, which is pretty cool. We did. But have you seen, let's talk about gas prices. Hey, Rican, happy Easter. Hey, niece, happy Easter to you too. Sand Willow, a traveling porta potty. What's your gas prices? Hey, lover. $5.40 in Arizona? Oh my goodness. I saw $4.30 today. $4.30. It was like $4.32 or something like that. $3.79 says Flo. $4.78 in Central Florida. Hey, Anders, are you excited for the egg farts? $6.50, Zelda? Where's that? Yeah, say what state you're in. $4 in Pennsylvania, $4.79 Oregon. Crimology says $3.69. Where the hell are you? Bridget says $4.50. Nice $4.49. California $6.09. Oh my God, $7. Happy Easter, Michelle. Tucson $4.50. $4 in Albuquerque. $5 in Washington. California, y'all are crazy. Minnesota $3.69. You're still in the threes. Wow, $5.30 in Washington. $5.20 in Phoenix, Arizona. That's terrible. Penny, that's awful. Happy Easter, Penny. TG, happy Easter. Jill, not Wendy, thank you for your super chat. She says, I can only imagine Tricia being on the spaceship, drifting about the broken toilet and how they need money to fix it. Absolutely, she would. This toilet's not working, Stacy. $4 in Detroit, G. Ferraro. 412 Northern Utah. 515 and 540 in Seattle. Wow. I hope we don't get up in the $5. 359 in Northern Alabama. 539 in Vegas. 340 in Kansas City. Looks like sneaky suspicion you're about the same as me. 419 in New Jersey. Looking Beyond says it's been like $6 in California for like a year. Wow. Consider tipping your lawn person extra if you use one. Yeah, no kidding. That's a really good thought. Does that mean our shipping costs are going to go up too, like UPS and... Lover of bad puns. After looking up Artemis videos, YouTube has me down multiple space video rabbit holes. Me too. I keep getting stuff like that. Hi, Sarah Lee. Happy Easter and thank you, honey. 420 in Virginia.
Creep Town, dude.
Oh, thank you so much, Lynn Allen. Thank you for your super chat. Love you, Jay. You and Jolene are excellent investigators. Happy Easter, everyone. Listen, I got to give it to Jolene, who is not involved in true crime at all, for picking up on this. A lot of people wouldn't have picked up on it. You know what I mean? A lot of people watched it and didn't pick up on it. And then were later like, what? 317 in Texas, glass evidence. Thank you, Pam. $6.32 a gallon in Canada. 411. Damn. Everything's going to go up. Ugh. Let's hope it's only temporary. Amazon has added surcharges to increase fuel. Oh. I know. It's like our groceries never went down. Right. Yeah, sure. Auntie Cheryl, you just read my mind. All right. Well, I hope you guys all are good. It's a lot. $4 in the UP. 632 is Canadian. Oh, got you. Sneaky suspicion. I know.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Flannel Stitcher says, before Lauren Matthias, it never occurred to me to check up on creators. It's a sad but true reality. You really have to do your due diligence before you start, really like becoming a supporter of someone, in my opinion. Thank you, lady, for becoming a member. Lady V. Voronkova. Did I say that right? Voronkova. That's a cool name. Welcome to Cooterville. Let's give you a official welcome this morning, this afternoon, this evening. I got people all over the globe, so it's different times everywhere.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Cindy Arnold. Newfie, I hope you recover quickly. Yes, and gut instincts too are very important. If you feel something's off, don't just chalk it up like, oh, they have a lot of followers, so it must just be me. Follower count means diddly squat when it comes to being an honest person and not a scammer, a liar, a grifter, etc. All right, so let's open our first Easter egg. This comes from a website called Mert Witness One Live. This is a WordPress blog. And we're not going to read the blog. But what we're going to do is read this comment. And this person is a Websleuths or was a Websleuths member. And I want you to hear Rain 1212's account of her experience with Tricia Griffith. This was posted July 27th, 2013. It says, "This is Rain 1212. The reason behind this little statement is this. I am sick to death of being accused of being in cahoots with Tricia of Websleuths and involved with her radio show. Also, I would like to state that I'm not involved with Tricia Griffith of Websleuths, nor is Tricia involved in my new forum. The fact, it was my decision to leave Websleuths. I was not banned or demoted, as some claim." So I don't know what position this person held. I don't know. What do I want for lunch or dinner? I don't know. Something good, like comfort food. Okay, so she wasn't banned. She's wanting to clear up these misconceptions. Number one, Tricia knew what I was going to say that night on her radio show. Tricia is the one that threw me under the bus and pretended she did not know. So I have no idea what that's about. Tricia is the one that had me contact Mark Redwine so he would come on her show to begin with. That name sounds familiar. Who is Mark Redwine? Mark Redwine was charged with second-degree murder and child abuse resulting in death. His son, Dylan Redwine's partial remains were found off an ATV trail. He got 48 years in prison after being found guilty of second-degree murder and child abuse. She wanted him on her show? Oh, my God. Okay. Tricia's the one that had me contact Mark Redwine so he would come on her show to begin with. She had him on? Hey, Sin, happy Easter. She asked me to work my magic to get Mr. Redwine on her show. 2, February of this year, Tricia needed money. And she told me that it was to help with the server fee and for private bills and such. Ooh, Texas Roadhouse, DoorDash. Stupidly, I thought we were best friends. Boy, was I fooled to find out that I was being used for money, and that's how I feel now. Happy Easter, Andy and Molly. Boy, was I fooled to find out that I was being used for money, and that is how I feel now. Total amount I gave to Tricia was around $3,000 or so. I have been promised for 3 weeks I would be receiving a check. I have not. I'm supposed to get a check today. For what amount? I do not know. After I left another site, I received a lot of calls from Tricia asking me, have I talked with Sue me or anyone about the money? This is 2013. Frustrated and upset over being used and thrown under a bus so she could look good, I finally went to Sue me at Websleuths. I have been assured that action will be taken. What that is, I'm not sure, but I do trust now it will be handled. Sue me has been wonderful and appreciative and very helpful to me. I do now understand why Tricia wanted me to contact her about the problems when I was a mod. She never wanted any of this to get out. This makes total sense now. So Rain 1212 was used by what she thought was a true friend. True friends do not throw friends under a bus to make themselves look good or to get ratings for radio shows. I have the supporting documents to back up all the money. So believe what you may, but always make sure a true friend is a friend. I also feel that others may be in the same situation that I am. That is another reason I have decided to share this information. I hope that reading this gives others the courage to come forward if they feel they have been taken advantage of in this way. Signed, Rain 1212. Total pattern of behavior. She continues to say, please understand this is not against Websleuths. They're great. There is another co-owner who is going to take action and see that Tricia is stopped from harming anyone else. Please do not attack Websleuths. Then, I mean, there's just more people that just keep coming out. Like, check out the latest. Apparently, members of Anonymous exposed Tricia Griffith, Terry Stipp, and a woman named Myra Martinez is spreading lies and using stolen money to pay the hacker. Read it here. And Terry Stipp was Wind Chimes. That was someone who's a registered sex offender. Tricia had to be forced to get rid of. Right, Tricia? You didn't want to get rid of that sex offender? Let's see what this is. Joseph Camp. This is Terry Stipp. This is the one that's the web sleuth. She's a former mod, and she is a registered sex offender. Tricia really knows how to pick them. Lover of Bad Puns says that was a big web sleuth scandal, was it? It says right here, I'm surprised that Griffith would associate with Stipp after it came out that she was an unregistered sex offender. If this is true, then it does not bode well for Griffith, as it could not be in the best interest of those supporting her to be supporting the actions of an alleged pedophile acting on her behalf. I do suggest that more concrete proof be offered as to the connection between Stipp and Griffith. You do remember hearing about that? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, so our second Easter egg is going to be down here. This is another blog. This is called sarahafshar.com. I'll put the links to all this stuff in the description after the video. They finally got rid of her as a mod, but as I was reading these people's comments, there were people that thought that she came back under another name. And that was a whole nother rabbit hole. It was a whole nother rabbit hole. So we have like this whole discussion about Tricia, the people that she surrounds herself with, things that she's into, okay? And Holly says, Michael Odegaard is nuts, but so is Tricia from Websleuths. She was actually sued by a woman named Sue Pruitt for stealing money back in 13-14. Now, this was written in 2020. She begs for money often, and apparently she's doing this for over 10 years. When Sue took legal action, Tricia pleaded the fifth. Sue decided to drop the suit and just create her own site because she didn't want to pay more money for a lawsuit where she wasn't going to get her money back. At least that's what Tricia claimed. You can't get water from a turnip. Sue's website isn't real big, but at least she doesn't beg for money like Tricia does. KK said, I get bad vibes about anyone associated with Tricia Griffith on Websleuths. She's insane. Alabama said, I saw Tricia Griffith at CrimeCon. She walked in the hotel I was staying at with a huge trash bag. Her hair wasn't combed. She looked awful. Maybe if she took care of herself, she'd be a nicer person. She's not very nice either. I said hi to her and she just gave a look. I don't want to say too much, but will say in regards to the money begging thing, she definitely does. She's known to purposely disconnect the servers also to get money from members. Ooh.
Pound, pound, pound. Ding dong, ding dong. Pound, pound, pound.
Oof. That didn't age well. So we're going to open up our biggest Easter egg before we get to the deposition. But this is the biggest Easter egg of them all that kind of bounces off what we just read. The servers. Keep that in mind. Keep that in the back of your minds. She's been known to purposely shut the servers down. Right? Now, I'm going to share some things with you. Let's go ahead and get this pulled up here. All right. This would be number 1 on our list. Wait. There's so many, I had to make a video. That's how many there were. Okay, so let's make this bigger so you guys can read along. Okay, so what these are, I'm going to explain each one. This one is a screenshot from Websleuths, or from her on Websleuths. Hey, Monkey Mar, happy Easter. She posted this, and mind you, the year, like we've already dealt with 2020, 2013, just in this live stream. Now this is 2023. Dear Websleuths members and guests, my apologies for interrupting your discussion. And she would post this in the most, like, trending threads, right? Like, you know, a case that's hot. She'll come in and, because she did this in, I can't even tell you how many threads. Jana said hers was 2015. Yeah, it's been, someone in 2013 said she's been doing this for 10 years. So, okay, so she says, my apologies for interrupting your discussion. Because of the downturn in advertising, we are short on the server payment. We need to raise $1,700 this coming week, or the server will be shut off. Please know, I hate asking, but I'm left with no choice. Below are the ways you can donate. PayPal, Venmo name, Tricia Griffith 14, Cash App, T Griff 14. Thank you. Zelle, she even put Zelle, Tricia's True Crime Radio at gmail.com. Be sure and put server in the memo. The ad revenue is growing, but it is growing slowly. I am hoping I don't need to ask you again. Please, only donate if you can afford to do so. Do not donate 1 penny unless you are sure you can. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your help. Hold, please. I have a call coming in. 1 second.
I'm being cyber stalked.
Okay. All right. So that's the first one, right? So she's like, oh, we need this. Okay. Passion for victims. Happy Easter. All right. On to the next one. It says, do not donate 1 penny unless you are sure you can. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your help. If you have questions, please do not post them on this thread. Click here, and that will take you to the thread where you can ask questions. Take care, Tricia Griffith, owner. Dee.
We're going to account the money.
So then I click that link, and it takes you to like a private thread. She doesn't want anybody discussing it in this thread, because she can just go back and delete this. Tick, tick. When she gets the money she needs, gone. But she doesn't. She doesn't even delete them. Like, this is in every hot forum that they've had. Something like this. Similar. Let's keep going. See what the next one brings. Oh, another Easter egg. This is Tricia. This is something from Reddit. And this person said, Tricia Websleuths. This is 2018. March 29th, 2018. So far, we've covered 2013, 2020, 2018, 2020, and 2023, right? Dee.
She's a wackadoodle. A wackadoodle.
So they say this posted 10 hours ago from Tricia. Hi, everyone. There is nowhere else for me to turn. By Friday, I have 2 bills totaling $750 I must pay. By Monday, April 2nd, I have 2 more obligations I must meet. Both come to a total of just under $1,100. I will be grateful for any donation you can make at any time. PayPal, Websleuths, or go to GoFundMe. Look at this. The GoFundMe link. Websleuths is on the brink. Websleuths is on the brink. Is it GoFundMe? Should have GoFundMe. One member made a donation in memory of Foxfire, a.k.a. Wolf Scratch. If you want to do that, then I will make a post on our Websleuths Facebook page and pin it to the top. With donations made in memory of our Websleuths friends who have gone before us. She's using dead people to grift.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
This is before Beth B. She's using dead people.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Let me stress. Please do not make a donation if it puts a strain on you financially. Only donate if you can truly afford to do so. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. So very much.
Just help a brother
Tricia.
out here.
Angie Bia says, is the money needed to keep the site running? Down here at the bottom. It does. Thank you, Flannel Stitcher, for 3 months in Cooterville. This just keeps getting cringier. It's bad. It's bad. We're gonna take our Websleuths friends that have gone past. Shannon Marie is the newest member of our Cooterville family. Welcome to Cooterville, Shannon. Thank you for your support.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
So if it's true that Beth B owned the house that she lives in, her panic about not being a beneficiary makes so much more sense. I don't know. I mean, because that house isn't listed in the will. I left Websleuths years ago. I had a bad gut feeling regarding the grifting. Those lives start at 5:30 a.m. in the Stoop Waffle time zone. Oh, Passion, thank you for 10 months. Thank you for the great company on Easter. Thank you for the great company on Easter. And thank you for 10 months of Cootership. Stopped watching years ago. Something up with her. You are a Cooter kid now. Could it be a rental and the rent was just being paid? It could. Because I didn't see that listed as an asset. But I think it could be definitely a rental. Okay, you guys ready for the next Easter egg? Let's see what we got. Oh, July 6th, 2023. Dear Websleuths members and guests, Websleuths will go dark if we don't raise the money for the server. We have raised a little over $400. We need another $1,300 to have enough to pay for the server. Below are ways you can donate: PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. Be sure and put server in the memo. The advertising has been awful this year. I am so sorry that I have to ask. Please, only donate if you can afford to do so. Do not donate 1 penny unless you're sure you can. This is almost like a copy and paste. This is, yes, 2023. July 2023. She completed her thing with Othram in December of 2023. So this is 6 months before Othram, and smoke them if you got them, folks. This is 6 months before Othram partnership. And it's so awful to like take their community and say, you know what, you guys, if I don't get this money, your community will be gone. Because she knows how much people rely on their community and the people in it. That would be like me coming here and saying, you know what? I mean, not that it would even matter. I couldn't imagine doing that. But she kind of had like like a unique thing. She had this website, Websleuths, before there was like social media. So she had this like edgy thing at the time. She's consistent. I'll give her that. She had this edgy thing at the time, and these people became members and invested in this community. And then she would have all these moderators. So then the moderators felt like they were a part of the community. And then if they leave, then they're letting the viewers down or the posters down. It's just all so manipulative. Okay, so I think we read all of that. All right, let's go. Let's see if we have another Easter egg. Oh, okay. Websleuths radio podcast. Oh, do we have a date on this one? I hope we do. I don't see a date. Okay, well, this is her podcast, okay, at any rate. And it says Websleuths radio podcast features the latest breaking cases, biggest stories, powerful interviews, and exclusive guests. Monthly support. Please support our podcast with a small monthly donation to help sustain future episodes. Contribute today for as little as 99 cents a month, $4.99 a month, or $9.99 a month. Thank you so much. Want to advertise on Websleuths radio podcast? Visit our listing on AdvertiseCast to learn more. Next Easter egg. Here's another one. This one comes from YouTube. This one, Crime Tales with Tricia, got 8,189 views. We're going back to October 9th from 2021. We need your help to stay afloat. YouTube takes 30% if you do a super chat. You can also use PayPal and Venmo. Venmo name, Tricia Griffith. Venmo. She has that before she even has it before her description. Liz, thank you for the super chat. Memo. Server. Thank you for contributing to the server so we don't go dark. Cooterville will not go dark, guys. I will not let Cooterville go dark. She's absolutely disgusting, Shannon. So disgusting. Playing on, the elderly, disabled, etc., etc. Oh my gosh. Sin thought we were messing with new eggs or real eggs. Nina says the wood panel in the background looks like grandma's basement. Thank you again for your super chat, Liz.
She sent out cease and desist letters to
Ski Utah. Happy Easter to you.
Ski Utah.
All we need is Kresha. Where's Kresha? Where's under Kresha? I put a soundbite in here for Kresha. You guys, I'll share the secret with you. Next time Kresha comes in, or whenever Kresha comes in, we have a soundbite to play for her. Right here. So whenever Kresha comes in, if you hear that soundbite, you know Kresha's in the room. Laura Bloom is back at the beginning, dancing her ass off. She's at church praying for all of us. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's see the next Easter egg. Let's see. Do we have more? Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got more. Okay. We're only halfway through the video. What do you know? Okay, this is when Tricia was chosen by Wondery to be the new host of Sword and Scale podcast. I must say, I used to listen to Sword and Scale back in 2017, 2018. I did not listen to them after 2018. So I had no idea that on March 18th, 2019, she became the new host of Sword and Scale. And this post on Facebook says the following. Disappointing news today that Wondery have chosen Websleuths owner Tricia Griffith as the new host of Sword and Scale. I guess they don't care about her shady past. And the fact that Websleuths gets a 1-star rating online for their credibility. Ooh. Seems that she's really snowed a lot of people. Like, how long was she the host of Sword and Scale? No, nobody, you know what, Grillsy? No, nobody did research because they just trust her. Because you should be able to trust her. But look at her, y'all. Ugh. Buzz, your girlfriend. All right, next Easter egg. Oh, God, here's another one. Websleuths YouTube Live, July 22nd, 2022. Now we're 2022. It's the end of the world again, part 2, she says. We need your donations to keep live streaming. Please use PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. In honor of JJ and Tylee. Get your tinfoil hats ready because it's the end of the world again. Chad Daybell predicted the end of the world would happen on July 22nd, 2020. That was our first end of the world broadcast. When the end did not come, we decided to do a 24-hour broadcast every year on the 22nd of July just to be safe. Here is our case on DNAsolves.com that we're trying to, yep, there you go. There you go. Tricia Griffith. Mm-hmm. And it's all mismatched in there. Like, we need your donations. And then in honor of JJ and Tylee, get your tinfoil hats ready. So in honor of JJ and Tylee, you're going to stay up all night and stream because Chad Daybell said that the world was going to end?
Sit down.
That is in honor of JJ and Tylee having a fucked up fun live stream about the end of the world, and you think that's funny? Those kids were killed because of his fucked up beliefs. But no, Tricia, have a 24-hour live stream every year in honor of Chad Daybell. Who the fuck does that? Who the fuck does that? Oh, we decided to do it every year in honor of JJ and Tylee. He killed JJ and Tylee, you fucking weirdo. This is where I get mad. Oh my God, this is where I get mad.
Zach, can you take me over to the liquor store and then take me to the Nazis?
This is some Lauren Matthias shit. And then to put in honor of JJ and Tylee all in caps. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It says right here, in honor of JJ and Tylee. All right, next Easter egg. Me too, Callie. July 6th, 2023. Same date as the other one. This is in a different thread. Dear Websleuths members and guests, Websleuths will go dark if we don't raise the money for the server. It's in all red this time. We have raised a little over $400. We need another $1,300 to have enough to pay for the server. She's getting more desperate with the red font. And I'm telling you, these are like, I would love a mimosa. Websleuths will go dark. No, she's saying if they don't have the money to pay for the server, your community is gone. You're not going to be able to come on to Websleuths because it'll be gone. Next Easter egg. Oh, boy. Okay. Here we go. May 13th, 2024. Dear Websleuths members and guests, you no longer have to endure the obnoxious advertising we used to have for many years on Websleuths. Rather than go back to having ads on our site, we are asking you to help in another area. Okay. This is where it gets good. Because, okay, so for example, use the ads on YouTube as an example. Let's say I turned off my ads, which means I don't get paid by AdSense. And y'all don't have to do anything for me to get paid by AdSense. All you have to do is watch my videos. Even if you have YouTube Premium and you don't see the ads, it's still AdSense in some capacity. So let's say I said I'm going to turn off all my ads, which didn't cost you a thing for me, right? Because you saw the ads and I got paid for you seeing the ads. So I'm going to turn them off and I'm going to say, but guess what? I want you to give money in a different way than watching my ads, which didn't cost you a penny before, but now I want you to kick it in. Thank you, Bronco. So she says, DNAsolves.com helps reunite the families of the missing. They do DNA tests on unidentified remains and are almost always able to send the remains to the family members who finally get the answers they deserve. The DNA tests are at least $7,500 each. If you could subscribe and make a monthly donation to DNAsolves.com, that would go a long way in helping the families and making sure we do not have to have ads again. Many of you used to donate to keep Websleuths up and running. In blue, since we no longer accept donations, it would be incredible if you could donate monthly to DNAsolves.com instead. Click this link to make a monthly donation. Even if it's $1 a month, it will help. Let's keep Websleuths ad-free forever. Take care, Tricia Griffith, manager, Websleuths. Different title, different grift. Oh, thank you, Higgins. Dude, Authorm has so much money. It's crazy to me that they need $7,500 per case. Grillsy, that's about as creepy as Lauren doing the 144 flowers for JJ and Tylee. It is. It's right around the same lines in my book. Yeah, she has to pay a server fee to have a web like the forum, but I don't know how much it is. But what is she doing with all her money that this isn't her first priority and she's always short? All right, next Easter egg. Oh, June 15th, 2020. Happy Easter, Dr. Momo. We're opening Tricia Easter eggs. Nope, skipping them doesn't hurt. Nope, you're all good. Here is June 15, 2020. Dear Websleuths members and guests, our revenue in May did pick up a bit, but it is not enough. Websleuths still needs your help to keep going. If you can make any donation, no matter how small, it would be greatly appreciated. We are working hard to make sure Websleuths is available to you 24/7. The last thing we ever want to see is Websleuths go dark. The manipulation. June 15th of 2020, that one was. All right, let's see what our next Easter egg is. Oh, it's the rest of that. Here's our PayPal. Paywebsleuths.com, LLC. You can join our Patreon for $5 a month. Many people have suggested we start charging people membership fees. Click here for the explanation as to why this cannot happen at Websleuths. Please do not make a donation unless you can truly afford to do so. Websleuths is my full-time job. I love being a part of such an amazing community and feel very fortunate that I'm able to combine my passion with my job. On behalf of all the mods, admins, and all the wonderful volunteers on Websleuths, thank you. Sincerely, Tricia Griffith, owner, Websleuths.com. She puts this over this community's head that it's going to go dark. They're always worried they're going to freaking lose their community. Ugh. And then we heard that she would just say that to get money. All right, let's see the next one. November 28th, 2021. If you don't... Look how she starts it out. If you don't want to read this entire post, we are having a fundraiser for our volunteer mods. Please use this link to donate. PayPal me for the mods. Words cannot adequately express to me how much the moderators mean to Websleuths and me personally. The amount of hard work they do behind the scenes would truly shock you. The mods volunteer their time and make sure Websleuth standards are upheld. Let's see. The next one, if it's continued. Yeah. The mods volunteer their time and make sure Websleuth standards are upheld so Websleuth remains the most respected discussion forum on the web. It is time for our yearly fundraiser for the wonderful people known as the mods, who donate so much of their lives to Websleuth. Please know that you are under no obligation to make a donation. We ask that only those who can truly afford to donate do so. We offer one way to make donations, and that's through PayPal. Here is the link. Even $1 helps. When the fundraiser is over, 2 weeks from now, Silly Billy and I Silly Billy.
We're going to account the money.
Silly Billy and I will distribute the money to the mods. I bet she never showed any count for that. Like, hey, we brought in $500, so each mod got, $75 a piece. Silly Billy, is that her cat? Mm-hmm. This is her passion. It's not just her job. It's her passion. Silly Billy. All right, next egg. Okay, so I didn't even bother doing the first page because it was the same as the last one. But this one ends with, and I don't know, I don't have the date on this one, but it says, we offer da-da-da. Oh, wait, no, it's just this part. If I could yell from the mountaintops to the world, I would. From my heart and soul, thank you so very much to the mods that make such a difference on Websleuths. Thank you very much. Much love, Tricia. Flo, thank you for your super chat. A paid mod. It's a labor of love. I really appreciate you mods. You guys are great. But even $1 helps. Silly Billy, Stacy. She is. Rachel, right. Spot on. She likes to.
We're going to count the money.
Yes, Passion, yes. You can check out my community on J for Justice, and I have the link to the show there. Thank you, Passions. Grifting is my passion, Tricia. Who knows who Stacy is, right? Who knows? All right, let's see if we've got another Easter egg. We might have one more to find. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this one. Oh, yeah, she planted flowers. We came home. We planted flowers.
On the side of the house.
Marcy says we need to count the leaf frogs. Oh, that'll probably come next. Her dog's name is Butt Plug. Oh, my God. Okay, get ready to get pissed off, guys. Get ready to get pissed off. So this is a search I did. It says Websleuths Forum 2017. A user on Reddit mentioned that Tricia Griffith, likely the owner of Websleuths, requested donations for the site, noting it was unusual. I don't know why they noted it was unusual. They must not have done their homework.
Jeepers!
Silly Billy. She has gas money to do live field trips, says Liz. Damn straight she does, doesn't she? Oh, Jolene calls it butt plug. Butt nugget. Ugh, God, I'd always name my dog after a piece of shit. For real, like a piece of shit. Okay, the second one says, listen to this one. This is new to me. I got to do some research. I don't know what happened to Scrappy Joe. I remember Scrappy Joe. Does she still have Scrappy Joe and Butt Nugget? Well, Tricia, who's supposed to be an animal lover, we have an Animal Rescue 2024. A Facebook post indicates a, quote, Mrs. Pat, referenced in a search about Tricia Griffith, was accepting donations via PayPal to help with veterinary bills for a rescued cat named Dewey. Oh my God.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Meanwhile, let me just fill you in. The case against her, or the one she brought, the Beth B thing, is still open. I just checked it Friday, and there was no filings since February 2nd. Scrappy Joe is still there. It's Othram Butt Nugget. So basically she's saying Othram shit. Potato, happy Easter, my lady. Incognito. Did you do an egg hunt today?
Ooh-wee, that will scare somebody.
There's a longer comment on the second site you showed that was pretty eye-opening. But so she calls her dog Authrey. What is it? Audie? I'm going to read some of these comments from this. Wait, let's see if that's the last egg. I think it is. Oh, no, sorry. There's one more. July 1st, 2023. 2023 was a rough year for Tricia. July 1st. Dear Websleuths members and guests, my apologies for interrupting your discussion. Because of the downturn in advertising, we are short on the server payment. We need to raise $1,700 this upcoming week or the server will be shut down. Please know I hate asking, but I am left with no choice. Below are the ways you can donate: PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle. Be sure and put server in the memo. The ad revenue is growing, but it is growing slowly. I am hoping I don't need to ask you again.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Hey, Pinocchios. No Pinocchios allowed. That's right. This is very, very crazy. It's wild. And it's just all out there.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
We can just call our dog butt joints.
So there's a lot of butt joints.
Fucking butt joints. No, her dog's name is Butt Nugget. Okay. Butt Nugget. But a butt nugget is like a piece of poop that comes out of a butt. Okay? Jolene jokingly called it a butt plug. Right? A butt plug. But we'll call them butt joints.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
The Butt Nugget and Scrappy Joe Fund. Oh, sane. You came into Butt Nugget Dingleberry. Oh, sane. Okay, I'm going to read you some of these comments really quick, okay? It's the same thing down here, though. Please do not donate 1 penny, da-da-da-da. So I have this Sarah Afshar pulled up. I'm going to read a few of these comments about Tricia. This is 2021, September 2021. Tricia Griffith of Websleuths is unhinged and looks like Chris Farley in a wig. She's a classic old troll who is clearly insane. I saw she impersonated Marcy Wogan and Paula Burton. She's come to my website posing as Tony Ingram and Sarah Afshar. Tricia Arrington is a nutcase. She should go to an insane asylum. The obese psycho internet stalker. Here's another one. September 24th, 2021. Tricia from Websleuths is a scammer. Michelle Barton paid for her room at CrimeCon. She never paid Michelle back. Instead, she bashed Michelle and spread horrible, untrue lies about her all over social media. And then this other person chimes in and says, not only did Michelle pay for Tricia's hotel room at the 5-star hotel at CrimeCon, she gave Tricia her ticket. The ticket was worth about $300 after taxes. This person says, what? That's crazy. Did Tricia ever pay her back? They respond, are you kidding me? LOL. Tricia never paid Michelle back. Michelle never saw a cent. So Michelle paid for her CrimeCon. Wow. Okay, so then this person comes back and says, wow, she does look like Chris Farley in a wig. I never realized it till now. I also heard the Marcy Wogan voicemail. Marcy never talked like that. That's Tricia's voice. Remember, we heard that voice? I feel bad for all those women this crazed slob impersonates. I'm happy I never joined Websleuths. The admin is dirty. Good to see no one is backing down or away from these crazy armchair investigators. They are insane, trashy people. If Tricia is impersonating you to get others to believe her story, that is highly illegal. She is a grown woman. We got a Cooter chat, I think.
Happy Easter. Love your show.
Thank you, Anonymous. Anonymous gifted 30, and then another Anonymous gifted 20 through Cooter chat. And then Galen just came in hot with 20 Cooter ships.
Coming in hot. Just like the fajita.
Thank you guys so much. Oh my God, 20. You guys just got 20 Easter eggs. Crack them open and it's a Cooter ship. Wow, guys. You are amazing. Thank you.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Thank you. Thank you. That is wild. We are families. You're having fajitas?
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
Thank you. Happy Easter, everybody. Streamlabs said they saw it on Lawn Crime. Streamlabs?
The lawn crime.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Cooter eggs. Thank you so much, guys. All right, I'll show you this. Okay, so we'll keep reading.
Just help a brother out here.
I heard about this Tricia recently. Doesn't seem like someone I would ever want to associate with. Seems a bit unstable. Yeah, not someone I would listen to. They don't seem very bright. Anonymous said, I saw Tricia at CrimeCon. She's a slob. Tricia Griffith, Terry Cavalito, or Myra Martinez. These unhinged hags really need to find a life. I just heard a few armchair sleuths recently got into big trouble for doing something similar. Tricia is known as a true crime troll and internet stalker.
Help a brother out here.
Thank you for passing out eggs, Galen. Happy Easter to you and your family.
Hey, Cooter
Here's another one.
Clippers.
I'm not sure why anyone sees Tricia as intimidating. She's a slob. I saw her at CrimeCon. She looked miserable and she's not very friendly. I saw her several times. When she entered the hotel, it was after I checked in. She looked like she didn't shower and was carrying a trash bag full of clothes.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
She travels with her clothes in.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Even I have a suitcase, Tricia. I can just picture her with her blazers all wrinkled, her silk blouses all wrinkled in a trash bag. I'm sure they have a steamer. The memberships are still coming in. Welcome, new Cooters.
Just help a brother out here.
Hey, Crime Time, Graham. Crafty. Yes, Beth B wants to know if she raided her wardrobe. Okay, listen. She was carrying a trash bag filled with clothes. I don't think she flew and drove directly from Texas. Wait, she drove directly to Texas from Utah. So CrimeCon must have been in Texas that year. I believe she drove out there and slept in her car. Really, Hockey? What? To CrimeCon? Girl. Okay, her clothes were dirty and her hair looked like it wasn't combed. I also saw her going into Phyllis Cook's hotel room. I guess they were sharing a room together. I saw her dump the trash bag in the middle of the hotel room she shared with Phyllis and heard Phyllis yell at her. She appeared sick and was coughing. This was before COVID, so it wasn't related to that. She probably had freaking COVID and didn't know it. We are family, baby. Thank you for 29 months, Miss Potato. Happy Easter, Cooter Clickers. Same to you and your fam, girl.
Cooter undercover. Cooters, unite!
She's mentioned sleeping in her car before. Oh my God, Liz, you did? What a crime. I want to go see these weirdos. Okay, so she dropped the clothes. Phyllis yelled at her. She was sick and coughing. I saw her in the lobby and she was talking to another woman. I said hi to her because at the time I joined Websleuths and was a member. She just looked at me. She's garbage. Tricia, these are not good reviews. Little bit of Lisa, thank you for a month of cootership. She says,
Just help a brother
TG
out.
wonders why Easter eggs she catches are raw. Oof. And on her car, probably. I bet if anybody was given a chance, they would egg her car. Lindsay, thank you for 6 months of cootership. Cracks cascarone. What's that? Cascaroni confetti egg on Jay's head. I know what confetti is, but what's cascaroni? Am I old? I know. I need to know what that is. Thank you for 6 months, Lindsay. She shared a room with Megan last year. Okay, so then she's garbage. Let's see. Her and her friend are called two washed up, dried out cyberbullies. Tricia Griffith looks like a man and talks like one. I'm not transphobic or anything. I think she's really a guy. Oh my God. The hands, the hairline, the face, and the voice, something isn't right. Their behavior they display towards Sarah reminds me of men who hate women. Linda said, I'm sorry, but Tricia Griffith from Websleuths looks and talks like a man. I saw what Tricia said about Michelle Barton, and it's gross. Reminds me of a drag queen, almost like Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Tricia continuously attacks Michelle and messages people telling them Michelle's a stalker. Disgusting. I hope Michelle sues for defamation. This is in 2022, after Michelle paid for her CrimeCon ticket and paid for her room. And then she shared with Phyllis and just brought in a garbage bag full of clothes and just dumped them in the room. Wasn't Tricia impersonating Marcy Wogan? I heard her voice in a recording recently. That's crazy. She impersonates her members. What a hag. She makes Lauren look like a saint. Tricia and Mayra need to both stop attacking the deceased and literally calling murder victims names and insulting their loved ones as they casually consume media and make real-life tragedies about themselves. It's real gross. And these two over-the-hill skeezies need to leave Morgan Ingram alone. They should have some empathy and respect. If they can't respect the dead, it just shows how much they hate themselves and their life. Oh, I played the voicemail. You want me to play it again? All right, hang on. Tricia Griffith. Okay, here it is.
Which is Curry. I'm calling you because I think your son's in great danger. Your ex-wife, Kirsten, is a criminal who's involved in many criminal activities, associates with criminals, instigates criminal acts, is involved in hacking, cyber stalking, and has been sending me death threats. I don't have any choice but to call the police, file criminal charges, file lawsuits, file restraining orders, which is one of her hobbies that she conducts against her victims. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with her, but I pray you have custody of your son. There are many people who are very worried about the situation. She's extremely mentally ill, violent, and dangerous. Please act on this information. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mesra, for coming in hot with 10. That's 30 new cooters already today. Or no, 40 new cooters, including Flo's 5 in the very, very beginning.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
Thank you so much, you guys. I think Tricia should be on
Prime Crime.
Congratulations, all the new members. Happy Easter. Make sure you thank Mesra or Galen or Flo if you got a cootership on Easter. You guys want to hear that one more time? Listen again.
Which is great. I'm calling you because I think your son is in great danger. Your ex-wife, Kirsten, is a criminal who's involved in many criminal activities, associates with criminals, instigates criminal acts, is involved in hacking, cyber stalking, and has been sending me death threats.
Death threats. Trisha. She's the female Jim. I have an open bar. Yeah, open bar, stuff on the grill. Grab yourself a hamburger, hot dog, whatever it is you fancy. That is a lot of cooters, Robert. Do you think you can handle it? So this is Tricia Griffith impersonating members, deceased mainly, to harass Tony Ingram and her supporters. She's claiming that she's Marcy Wogan. And she's calling about someone's child, a lawyer's child who's divorced. She's calling the ex-husband to say that her child is in tell him that the child's in danger from this lawyer lady because she doesn't like her.
He's like this little pussy.
I think I explained that right.
I don't have any choice but to call the police, file criminal charges, file lawsuits, file restraining orders, which is one of her hobbies that she conducts against her victims. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with her, but I pray you have custody of your son. There are many people who are very worried about the situation. She's extremely mentally ill, violent, and dangerous. Please act on this information. Have a nice day.
Oh, you're so gross, Trisha. And you just can't disguise your voice enough to not be you. Carolina, you think it sounds like Stacy? I don't think so. But this is 2023. This isn't that long ago. October 4th, 2023 is when this was posted on Facebook. She's contacting Kirsten Olsen Curry's ex-husband, regarding her son, Connor. All because Kirsten, which is the lawyer, supported Tony Ingram and justice. Birds of a motherfucking feather. Let's see what else we've got here. Tricia from Websleuths reminds me of Divine from Pink Flamingos. Major resemblance? I don't know who that is. Let's see. Tricia is very bitter and hateful. I watched her attack people for years. She was using that Marcy Wogan alias for years also. I never trust her judgment on anything. In her head, she's an investigator and agent. But the facts are she's bitter, uneducated, and the biggest troll in true crime. Thank you, Hypnotize. I'll try to get it to pull up. John Bennett Wogan, or JB, Marcy Swearin Wogan's son, confirmed Tricia Griffith was impersonating his mother. Recently, Tricia was exposed by the Interview Room for doing dirty things in true crime. It's only a matter of time before she gets sued. Oh, I didn't know that Chris McDonough called her out. No wonder she hates him. Salty, happy Easter. Thank you for your super sticker. That's so nice of you. What? This one says, Websleuths lady was exposed recently by the Interview Room. November 7th, 2022. Did anybody know that? Let's see if that's there. I think it's here. Hold on. This is Chris.
Which is Curry. I'm calling you because I think
he's playing the voicemail.
Your ex-wife, Kirsten, is a criminal who's involved in many criminal activities, associates with criminals, instigates criminal acts.
Okay, hold on. Oh my God, I need to interview Chris on this. This needs to be spread far and wide. Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Involved in hacking, cyber.
Dude, there's so many Easter eggs on the internet with Tricia. Like, how did this even happen?
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
This is what you sent to me, Liz?
Stalking has been sending me death threats. I don't have any choice but to call the police, file criminal charges, file lawsuits, file restraining orders, which is one of her hobbies that she conducts against her victims. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with her, but I pray you have custody of your son. There are many people who are very worried about the situation. She's extremely mentally ill, violent, and dangerous. Please act on this information. Have a nice day.
What's...
It's not what you know. It's what you can prove.
Sincerely apologize to Jamie Wilson. Because of misinformation said on my live stream on August 11th of this year by Chris McDonough, other YouTube creators and other social media platforms spread this misinformation that led to dangerous real-life consequences, like people showing up on Jamie's property and yelling that they're going to come in his house and find Summer, sending him threatening emails. The list just goes on and on.
Who's Jamie? What? Who's he? What the fuck? What's going on?
And you couldn't take it and had to scapegoat him.
Who's this? Why is Benny Keys involved with Tricia here?
Here is where you lied about Benny being responsible for your channel being brought down, which we also exposed in prior videos. You got trolled hard again, and you couldn't take it and had to scapegoat him and post his mugshot.
Is that Chris talking? Who's talking? This is their Rumble channel, y'all. Oh my God, look at oxycodone. Look at new pain pill sweeps the nation. Rumble is dangerous.
You even fell for his trolling here about your Twitter account. How deplorable. And, well,
buddy,
derpy.
He's got it as Chris. It is Chris. When was this made? 3 years ago. Communal narcissism refers to grandiose, inflated perceptions with a collaborative environment. Communal narcissists often believe they have excellent social skills and high degrees of likability and helpfulness. He's describing Tricia. Look it. I'm the most helpful person I know. I'm going to bring peace and justice to the world. I'm the best friend someone can have. I will be well known for the good deeds I have done. Wow, total call out. Okay, let's keep going.
So what did your cat tell you to do when someone bothers you, McDonough? Did the cat tell you to dox 3 innocent men and terrorize their families? Accuse them of murder and child porn? You probably blamed your cat for getting banned on YouTube.
I'm very confused.
Promised my wife I wasn't going to gloat. I promised my wife I wasn't going to gloat.
I called Gigi.
What is happening? Dude, this is so weird.
This blicky ain't for fashion. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay, but look at the channel. It says the interview room with Chris McDonough. I don't know who Scientific Skeptic is, but this is on Chris McDonough YouTube. Why is this about Benny Keys? Oh, shit. Here we go.
Just woke up.
This is about Griffith right here. Who used to, Colette? Did you see that? Blank may appear to look like one of those innocent hags no one cares about, but this woman, and this is about Tricia, hides behind at least a dozen sock accounts that work to libel, slander, and even harass Tony Ingram. This woman has even committed impersonation quite a few times. More to come about her involvement in this big scam. Websleuths, Tricia Griffith. Oh, Tricia blamed Benny for taking down the interview room when Chris's channel got taken down. I see. It's very Lauren-y.
The lawn crime.
I wonder if she sent him twerking videos before or after the podcast. Oh my God.
Because they didn't believe me. I've already sent the emails from the detectives. You know, I've sent the voicemail. Do you need?
I don't know who this guy is.
These people have no.
I have no idea who that is.
It was a very dynamic situation.
And obviously problematic behavior, harmful behavior, and obviously behavior, in public. So these people are all my bad actors.
Here's something that I'd like to bring up to you. Okay.
Sure.
YouTube.
Thank you, no patience.
On YouTube, is that not what it's about, though? Like, these are characters that they're playing in a lot of ways. I know this is a character you're playing and a character that I'm playing. These are actually us.
No, but let me tell you what I think the distinction is. If they're talking about celebrity gossip, or they're talking about, or they're reading scary movies, or they're doing comedy,
Just help
or
a
they're
brother out
just
here.
in the drama community,
Yes.
that's not a problem. They're in true crime.
Thank you so much.
I know, and see, that's exactly it.
With
That's
real,
where the problem lies.
real victims. They're actually victimizing people. There are people in this community that have massive trauma, mental illness. They're playing around with.
Oh my God, here's other ones that I didn't find. Holy crap. Thank you, sweets. Happy Easter to you too, to you and yours. Thank you for spending your Easter Sunday with me. It's very deep, Sneaky. Very deep. Thank you for your super chat. And thank you again for the memberships, Miss No Patience. Okay, so there's more. It doesn't have a date on it, but it's a different verbiage than the other ones I saw. This is for all the sleuths who post or read at websleuths.com. Dear Websleuths members and guests, due to a major downturn in advertising dollars last month, we are very short this month on our server bill. If we do not pay the server bill, then Websleuths goes dark. We need to raise $1,900. Before, remember, it was $17. Now we need $1,900 to make our payment. We have 2 full servers. We do this to ensure you do not have trouble when you come to the website. It's a very good day to go down the rabbit hole. You're right. No better day than on Easter. The good news is this month is looking much better, but for now, I need your help. Tons of them, Janice, tons. I mean, they're everywhere on the site. She doesn't even delete them. Let me stress, I do not want anyone to donate 1 single penny unless you can afford to do so. But, you know, the server's going to be gone, so we're fucked if you don't. There are 3 ways to donate: PayPal, Venmo, Cash App.
Ongoing cases. They're going after persons of interest without any respect for presumption of innocence and due process and burden of proof and all these things. That's why the distinction is completely relevant.
Sweet says she went off on me after I sent her 2 computers. Oh yeah, Bloomy, you're going to want to watch all this. Ugh.
In any other space?
They were based here in LA. Oh man, I don't remember, but I feel like you're talking about Tricia Moy. And if you are, that's awesome.
I think they're making fun of me, so...
I don't think they're making fun of you. I'm a Cliche is really awesome.
Really sweet.
I don't know who this guy is. Or the girl talking to him. I was just here for the Tricia stuff. Oh, this is Morgan Ingram. Psychology. Morgan Ingram lost her life on 12/2/11. This is who... Oh my God, Tricia, you are disgusting. You are disgusting.
In a different way to look at it all. 'Cause my
The family is still seeking justice.
perspective is broken.
While being attacked online by sock accounts. This is her family's statement. Nameless, faceless, evil, criminal support groups hidden behind the masks of communal narcissism. I don't know, guys. I have no idea what the fuck this is all about. But clearly, she was killed or something. And Tricia was trolling her family. I mean, okay. Anonymous said, I do believe Tricia was sued by someone in 2013, 2014. We already read that. Tony recognized after a few conversations that Tricia was unhinged, so she stopped communicating with her. I think it was after that Tricia made a weird post on social media about Tony needing help. Tony ceased all communication, and after she did that, did podcasts, including episode 11 and 12 of Sword and Scale. Tricia has a very loose cannon reputation. Oh, no, wait. Belittling Tony and calling her a liar. I don't blame Tony for not sending anything over to her. Tricia has a very loose cannon reputation. Justice Quest has an entire forum dedicated to exposing her. And has a very corrupt mindset where she attacks everyone who's wronged her. If you would ask me whether I would never send my daughter's autopsy photos to Websleuths and Min or take a drink from Bill Cosby, I would do neither. And if it was life or death, I would be like, see you later. Wow. I never believed Myra, or Tricia and their weird stories they come up with to try to discredit people. Just sad, unhappy boomers who are ill and crave attention. Communal narcissists, typical armchair investigators. Tricia Griffith and her cohorts present themselves as investigators when they are truly nothing more than hateful, lying narcissists who bully anyone who has an alternative point of view of their own. I've seen many people consistently suffer harassment by this gang of spiteful reprobates over the years. It's widely known that Tricia impersonated both Tony Ingram and Sarah Afshar in order to contact Chris McDonough and Mike Baudet from Sword and Scale. Though Mike Baudet was fooled by the deception, Chris easily uncovered its source back to Tricia via Websleuths. Tricia from Websleuths is an incredibly damaging presence in the true crime community. She sees herself as an investigator and FBI agent, but she's nothing more than a spiteful beggar who acquired the true crime forum back in the 2000s, only for its former owner to despise her for what she has done with it since. Her biased and malicious attacks against Chris McDonough just show how little regard she has for his professional experience, his accomplishments in the field, all while not being nothing more than a peddler of lies and slander herself. What Tricia has done is despicable. Look at this. Former homicide detective and true crime personality Chris McDonough from the interview room has recently endured an onslaught of bizarre, threatening messages from Tony Ingram and Sarah Afshar. After some investigation, it became apparent that these messages were sent by Websleuths Tricia.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
Bing bong.
That's what I meant to push. Oh my God. In a misguided attempt to spread lies and misinformation about both parties, it appears she may be assisted by Myra Martinez or Mike Baudet, which further indicates the coordinated effort behind this malicious campaign. This is yet another example of the sinister tactics employed by people determined to spread falsehoods, blah, blah, blah. This is crazy. I recently discovered that Michael Odegaard, also known as Mod Ben Abraham and Mike Smith. So she lets these weirdos join her group. Remember we had the one that was the sex offender earlier, unregistered? Well, look at this. Michael Odegaard has two names, Ben Abraham and Mike Smith. Hails from Washington and currently resides in Oregon. His criminal record is long and includes numerous arrests in the state of Washington, where he's originally from. Furthermore, his mental instability has been a source of frequent concern for the authorities. In light of this, it's only fair to share his records online so that people are aware of the recklessness he exhibits with his schemes and cons.
Wake up.
Most recently, during the onset of COVID, he managed to swindle almost $60,000 from Oregon's unemployment benefits under false pretenses. all while claiming he was owed back pay for previous employment. It's clear this man is not just trouble, but a dangerous scammer. And this was her mod. Myra and Tricia are nothing more than bitter, vengeful degenerates. I don't know who Chris McDonough is. Let's see. Oh, shit. Tricia Griffith, this is 2023, has been exploiting Chris McDonough's hard work as a real investigator while masquerading as one herself. She is nothing more than an opportunistic leech, relying on donations to fund her efforts instead of actually doing any meaningful research. Tricia is a con artist and a dishonest grifter who preys on others to pay her bills. Chris is an invaluable asset to the world of true crime. He's never asked for money. Da-da-da. Michael Odegaard is a criminal and a stalker. This is 100% true, allegedly. It is clear behind a shadow of a doubt. Oh my God, look. They're listing him. Unhinged, dangerous internet stalker who holds a pathological grudge against Sarah Afshar. Wow. For far too long, I have been worried that one day I will hear news that Sarah has been killed at his hands because of people like Myra, Tricia Griffith from Websleuths, and Mike from Sword and Scale. Wow. Look at this one. Tricia messaged me on Twitter and told me that Michelle Barton was a stalker. That's the one that paid for her. That's the one that paid for her crime con. I can't believe it. So she's messaging people saying that this Michelle girl's a stalker. She's just like Lauren.
Oh my God.
Oh, fuck. In fact, she had posted about needing $1,900 for Websleuths server. Shortly followed for more requests for money afterwards. This kind of behavior is highly suspicious. After joining various true crime forums myself, it quickly became apparent that this type of thing isn't normally done. Even though it seems like Tricia may not even comprehend how much of a grifter she appears to be, one thing is certain: I cannot trust anything she says. When I heard that Michelle Barton had generously paid for Tricia's CrimeCon ticket and hotel, I was stunned by the hateful comments Tricia had made about her. It was incomprehensible to me that someone could be so ungrateful for such an act of kindness. Michelle lost her beloved son Tanner tragically and under highly suspicious circumstances, leaving her devastated and broken. Tricia's behavior in the wake of this tragedy has been nothing less than awful. She seems oblivious to Michelle's pain. It's unfortunate that Tricia has chosen to target Chris McDonough with her defamatory and harassing behavior. Blah, blah, blah. She's awful. I mean, this is just never ending, you guys. Let me see. I think I missed a super chat. Thank you, sweets. Sent email with links for Morgan Ingram impersonation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your guys' support this Easter. And thank you for hanging out with me. All right. Let's see what else we've got through here. What's up, Sleuthy Goosely? I had no idea either. Awesome. Happy Easter, Sleuthy. Finding all this from a field trip. For real. Can you believe it, Austin? Tricia's delusions and mental health issues are significantly impacting her perception of reality. Sarah, is it true that Tricia not only asked Tony Ingram for autopsy photos of Morgan, but when Tony refused to send them, Tricia attacked her in an online smear campaign? Unbelievable. Happy Easter, stuff contractor. Yeah, Gen X is wild. She wanted autopsy photos of this lady's daughter. And then, oh my God. Tricia is a reprehensible cyberbully. An embarrassment to humanity. Wow. Look at this. Does Tricia understand the full extent of her deceptive behavior? She has resorted to asking for money from others more often than anyone I've come across in the true crime world. Her actions have caused many people to question if she truly comprehends how much of a grifter she is. Myra Martinez and Tricia Griffith and Terry Cavallino have been impersonating a retired attorney, making them appear unhinged and psychologically unstable. Furthermore, they have assumed the identities of Tony Ingram, that's the mother of a dead girl, and Sarah Afshar in order to harass me. I was able to identify their activity through device information due to my expertise as an employee of a VPN company. Based on Tricia Arrington or Tricia Griffith's past behavior, it seems this over-the-hill skis is so deranged that she may attempt to create false accounts, pretending to be McDonough, searching for victims upon which she can further unleash her maniacal tendencies. She clearly presents an imminent danger that must be addressed accordingly. Let me know if anybody needs my help or services. This was in 2023. Thank you so much, Bloom. Sorry, I looked at the wrong thing. Bloom just came in hot with a cootership. Thank you so much. Who got that one? White Boy Lockdown Radio got that one. Roberta. Oh, my Roberta thing doesn't work. Matt, welcome.
Ding dong, ding dong,
Welcome to Cooterville, Matt.
She says, "Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody, close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Close your legs, Matthew." Bob said, he's a cooter. He's a cooter anyways. I am sorry, but Tricia is one of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my life. She looks like Brian Dennehy in a wig. Her eyebrow bone sticks out further than her eyes. She's nasty looking. Her being a bully holds true. I mean, it just goes on and on. Look at this. I personally encountered Tricia at CrimeCon 2018. This is written in 2023. He said, "Thank you for making me a cooter." Wait a minute.
Pound, pound, pound. Ding dong, ding dong. Pound, pound, pound.
Pound, pound, pound. Ding dong, ding dong. Pound, pound, pound. Damaged goods with no regrets. Okay, yeah, let's take a little palate cleanser. What is it? She says, "Hey, Jay, I must ask for your vote on something. My pick versus Matt's pick. Are you willing to vote?" Yes. What's the question? Someone told her to quit pounding on the table, bite my bits. We are family. Close your legs, Matt. Okay, so what is the question? I will gladly vote. I'd be happy to vote.
You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Jay, did you see what I wrote about CM and Tricia? I didn't. Let me see if I can scroll back. I missed it. Fuck, I missed it. Caroline C. True Crime. Yes, she is. Yeah, you want to go to Nancy's?
Dad, will you take me over to Nancy's? Dad, over to Nancy's.
Matt is fixing to walk in, free balling and farting all over. Is that what I'm voting on? That would that would be close your legs. Okay, wait. I missed it. Matthew would like to rename Timber. So please say the name you'd like to vote for. 1, Timber. 2, Pee-wee. Okay, can everybody in the chat vote too? 1 for Timber, 2 for Pee-wee. I say 1 for Timber. Why would you name your dog Pee-wee? That's like Tricia, butt nugget. I say Timber all the way. 1. Michelle said, close your legs, white boy. Some of you like Pee-wee. Sin, of course you do. Sin likes Pee-wee. I like Timber. I'm going to put a 1 in chat. Matthew, I think you have to close your legs and you lost the vote today. Yeah. If they know what I'm talking about, Timber is a squirrel. It's not a dog, it's a squirrel. Okay, maybe that changes things. Timber or Pee-wee? I still like Timber. I still like Timber the squirrel. Hey, Schnitzerella, happy Easter. So they have a pet squirrel. Would you want to keep the name Timber or name it Pee-wee? Pee-wee is cute. Oh, thank you, Hypnotize. I'll open my email. That's a lot easier. You texted me a pic of Timber? Oh my God. Okay. Hold on. I love this palette cleanser. This is great. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. You guys got to see Timber. All right, so we got to look at it to see if it looks like a boy. Is it a boy or a girl? Do you even know? Twigs. How about this one, Matt and Noel? Name it. Where'd it go? Where are you, McDonough?
Don't be nasty sometimes.
That's not the right one. I'm having a hard time. Oh, here it is.
These nuts.
Cresha's here. Happy Easter, Cresha. Under Cresha. Under Cresha. I hope you're having a good Easter. Have you been ill? Okay, hang on. Let me pull up the picture so you guys can see. Twigs. Oh shit, I just showed my email. Dumb fuck J. Okay, here it is. Took me a minute. Oh my goodness. Look how cute. Okay, so now we have to revote. Let's do an official vote. Poll, because I've got to use the potty. Sin, it better be clean. Okay, so name the squirrel. Timber. Pee-wee. Okay, we'll let that roll. I'm going to get up and use the restroom. You guys chat amongst yourselves. Thank you so much for being here. I'll leave the picture of Timber up. I'll be right back. Can you hear me? Hello? I thought I turned off my cam, but I didn't. Okay, so what did we decide? We've got... It's hot as fuck in here all of a sudden. Luminous! Thank you for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to Cooterville. Let's give you an official welcome.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
DJ, happy Easter. Hawkeye, happy Easter. Okay, it looks like Timber it is. 79% say Timber. That's only with 114 votes, though. So get your votes in. And welcome new Cooters. We got like 50. Paul, happy Easter. Am I the only one that didn't know this lady's a nutter? Luminous? It did, Paul. 8-Ball is Stacy from the swamp. Let's see what 8-Ball says. Where is he? Get your votes in. Answer Hazy, try again. He wants you to ask again. It looks like Timber is the winner. The wiener. So cute. I can't believe he just goes up on your shoulder like that. That's so cute. We have a Cooter chat. Schnitzerella.
A squirrel needs a tough name. Smiley face emoji. Those little dudes are built like tiny superheroes on protein shakes.
Thank you, Schnitzerella. Tiny superheroes on protein shakes. Thank you, Hazelnut, for your super chat. She begged for money to fly her son to Texas and back, and for his wages while she was at CrimeCon. In addition to that,
just help a brother out.
She asked for money for a rental car, Uber, and spending money while she was gone. What? Hazelnut, holy shit. Smiley face emoji. That's what you guys give me, a smiley face emoji every time I see you. So who's footing the bill this year? Because she would have probably already bought the tickets, right? I mean, of course she did, because it's sold out already. If anybody knows where I can get a basic ticket, I'm looking for just the basic one. If anybody decides to not go, Night Angel says name it Bruiser. I think Timber's cute. Or Twigs. Twigs is kind of cute too, but that wasn't an option. Yeah, listen to that. Hazelnut said she begged for money for her son to fly to Texas and back and for his wages while she was at CrimeCon. Apparently he was watching the animals, maybe. In addition to that, she asked for money for a rental car, Uber, and spending money while she was there. I've seen people grift for the tickets around here. Really? Didn't someone say she was being paid for this year by a victim family member? Oh boy, I don't know. I did not, DJ. Did you? I got peeps. I got yellow peeps. Peeps are my fave. You can have all the Whoppers. If you like Whoppers, you can have all the Whopper eggs. Luminous gifted a membership. Luminous became a member. Did she gift one too? Oh, you did? Thank you so much. Thank you, Sin. I didn't catch that. Thank you, Luminous.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
I thought Beth B bought her CrimeCon. 2020, a victim's family member. Well, maybe she didn't know if it was a rental car or an Uber. She just put like / rental car / Uber. Okay, we're going to close out the poll. Let's see where we stand. %76% say timber, 24% for Pee-wee. Timber is a tiny tornado. LOL, I call him my tiny terrorist. That's cute. Call him TT. Call him TT. Tiny terrorist. Timber, the tiny terrorist. Oh, Whoppers are so gross. That's like the worst. Okay, let's see. We've got another email. We've got an AI. Swamp. Okay, let me save this. All right, who made this again? Someone made us a funny AI image. All right, there's beautiful Noelle and Twigsies. Now we're going to bring this up. This is your Happy Easter. If you want to be unnamed, it says... Okay, let's read this. It says, elderly and vulnerable welcome. Pound, 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 ding dong, ding dong. Pound, 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 ding dong, ding dong. And then it says, and then he's got her brooches. The frog's got the brooches, the necklaces, and co-host Swamp Stacy. See her down there in the swamp.
We're going to count the money.
The blazer. The blue couch. Oh, it's not AI? You actually made that? Oh my God, I thought that was AI. That's awesome. She didn't even use AI for that, you guys. That's talent right there. Swamp States. I love the brooches. And the claw. Oh God, I hate frogs. I don't hate them. I just don't like them near me.
She's got her shit together.
The shoulder pads. It's perfect. It's so perfect. Thank you, lobsters. Great job. Yeah, we're not talking about the BK. Have it your way. We're talking about those nasty little round molten milk balls. Dude, that is priceless. Happy Easter. Thank you for sending that, lobsters. I love it. The jacket, even the material, it's all shimmery. Hey, Mystic Firefly, happy Easter. I haven't eaten a thing today. Tamara says Trisha's shoulder pads are awful. Oh, man, that's funny. All right, so that was nice. Thank you, Noelle, for coming in and getting our vote on. That was fun. So the next, I'm done with this message board. I will put the link to it, though, in the description of the video after I'm done so that you guys can, if you want to go through and, scroll through or whatever, you can do that. But we're going to get into this lawsuit files because this is wild. Jolene went over some of them last night, which was actually quite amazing because there's so much here. So I'm going to kind of okay. So I've got it written down. Hold on. Okay. We're done with our Easter eggs. Thanks for participating in the Easter egg hunt today, Tricia style. Okay, so we're going to start with gambling. 630-784-80. I'm not good with numbers. I get, like people are dyslexic when they read. I get like that with numbers. It's really weird. Like I can't remember like a row of digits. I don't know if anybody else is like that. I just can't. Phone numbers, I always do them backward. I just can't do it. So 78480 is this one. Okay. That's definitely one of my weaknesses are digits. I hate math. I hate digits. This one, I know you guys have seen it, but I just wanted to raise awareness of it again. This is Susan Pruitt versus Patricia Arrington Griffith in Websleuths. Plaintiff's motion to compel responses regarding gambling. The court should compel defendant Patricia Griffith to answer questions regarding gambling because the jury is entitled to know how defendant spent money that was improperly removed from Websleuths.com LLC bank account. You're the same way, Nicole? I'd love to see his channel. Yes, I want to see his channel. Digraphia. I have digraphia. All right. Ding, 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 says Andy. So is it a gambling addiction? Yeah, I'll take a BK Whopper. I'm hungry. Thank you to, I forgot to say this. Kathy bought a pizza. Thanks for teaching me Cooter snark language. You are language skills. You are so welcome, Kathy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for your support.
You guys are so cool. Thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody else because you guys are so generous. And happy Easter to all of you. Number dyslexia. You have to convert numbers to sounds. How do you do that? Damage Goods says Northern Light. Timber said thank you for confirming his rise to fame. I would love to watch his channel. Dyscalcula? I just found out I have aphantasia. I can't picture anything like in your head. The Cooter snark. I love it.
Ooh-wee, that will scare somebody.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's keep going, I mean. Okay, in her deposition, defendant admitted that she, one, withdrew the Websleuths.com LL. She withdrew from the Websleuths.com LLC bank account on several occasions. And two, she withdrew more money than she was entitled to withdraw. Therefore, it is undisputed that the defendant spent that money. When asked about her alleged problems with gambling, defendant's attorney objected and instructed her not to answer. Yes, please do, Noel. Other people are paying for the main essential thing you need to have a website, a server. Yet you get all the profits? What the fuck is wrong with this picture? You have a Fantasia too, Garth? What's that mean? What's Fantasia? Dip trip, flip Fantasia. Do, 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 do. I don't know what that is. Tell me what that is. Boo-hoo. Have a happy Easter dinner, Carol, and get nice and stuffed for me. This is like the first year I'm not having like traditional Easter. I went through a 2.5-hour deposition one time. I got to find the transcript and read it. I've never had a deposition. You remember that, Survey? Dip flip. Flip Fantasia. Do you know how much Tricia paid for Websleuths? We're going to do a little guessing game. Tell you what. We'll do a guessing game. The first one, and you cannot Google it. The first one to get it right, I'll send you a J for Justice mug. Ready? How much did Tricia pay for Websleuths? Go. You got to be quick. You can't Google. Put it in the chat. First one to get it right gets a J for J mug. Awesome. Pizza? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm getting yet. 12K, 2,500, 5K, 100, 11,000. Nope, not yet. No one's got it yet. Oh, Haley Wood. Haley Wood got it right before Daz. 1,500 buckaroos. 1,500 bucks she paid for it. And she expects everyone to believe that her server costs that much? Wow, a lot of you thought Websleuths was worth a lot more. 1,500 bucks. Hilson says $2.50. Rachel says $1. $1,500. $9,999. What's it worth today? I know, I was like, crime time, you almost got it. Listen, Haley Wood, send me an email. Give me a good mailing address. And I will shoot you out a J for J mug. And if you guys want to shop, I believe it's shop or swag. We got all kinds of Cooterville merch. Worth $0 today. No one would even want it for free. I mean, who uses message boards? I could have sworn Tricia said she bought it with money from her divorce. Why did they pay $11,000 for 50%? Okay, well, that was later, right, Amy? So she bought it in like 2002 or some shit for like $1,500. And then, then she charged Sue $11,000 for her half. Hey, Penny, have an awesome Easter. Yeah, she has a son, too. Okay, so then let's scroll down here. Defendant contended, during her deposition, defendant contended that she did not need to abide by paragraph 5.2 of the regulations because an email exchange that took place between her and the plaintiff allowed defendant to withdraw up to $3,000 a month. Taking it a step further, defendant testified it was her duty to withdraw only $3,000 a month and nothing more. Question. Do you think it's your duty to withdraw only the amount of money that you believe, the $3,000 we discussed earlier? Do you think it's your duty to only withdraw that amount of money each month? Defendant, or answer, yes. Defendant does not dispute that there were several months where she withdrew more than $3,000, nor does she dispute that she failed to split the profits with Miss Pruitt. It's almost too convenient fashion. In an almost too convenient fashion, defendant simply explains her actions by stating that anytime she withdrew more money, she did so with Miss Pruitt's permission. I don't know what she did with Othram. I don't know. I don't know what she sold it for. I don't know. I would love to know. She claims that this lady knew. Here's a question. Do you think you have a problem budgeting money? Miss Griffin says, I have come a long way since. My finances were a mess. Everything was a mess. But since then, I have become much better, and I have been working very hard to continue to improve. Throughout her deposition, defendant explained that she subtly solicited money from Websleuths.com members by telling them how difficult her life was and how her problems paying bills and meeting her financial obligations. Never once did she get a job. Defendant is essentially taking the position that she is the victim and that she needed money, so Pruitt allowed her to remove more money than she was entitled to remove. Thus, the defendant, through her testimony, is putting her financial decisions, welfare, in controversy. It's important for the jury to understand how the defendant decided to spend the money that didn't belong to her. Produced through discovery was an email sent from defendant's friend Vicky to plaintiff Sue Pruitt. In this email, Vicky states, quote, I reached out to another DJ I found last night that has gone through a horrific experience with gambling and asked if she would be willing to help Tricia. Oh, boy.
I am very comfortable sitting here.
Bing bong.
Marcy, thank you for your super sticker. Thank you so much. She hasn't gotten better, but look at that. Oh, my God. I reached out to another DJ I found last night that has gone through a horrific experience with gambling and asked if she would be willing to help Tricia. I'm waiting to hear back. In a not so shockingly response, defendant stated she did not know what Vicky was referring to. Trish, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, girl. However, in the following exchange between counsel and in responses from the defendant, it is quite clear that she does know what Vicky's talking about. When Vicky says, asked if she would be willing to help Tricia, do you know what type of help she's referring to? Objection form. If we go much further down the road, I'm going to ask her to take the fifth. Oh!
Bing bong.
Oh! Do you know what she was referring to in that email? No. Have you ever had a gambling problem? Objection, form, harassing, irrelevant. Don't answer. Oh my God. Self-snitching. Self-snitching. Okay, then we have, are you going to follow your lawyer's instruction? Yes. Have you ever participated in online gambling? Objection, form, harassing, don't answer. Are you going to follow your lawyer's instruction? Yes. Clearly, defendant's participation in gambling during that time that she has been a member of websleuths.com is wholly discoverable and relevant. Defendant is taking the position that she removed money because of her financial issues. Defendant will attempt to use her financial issues for an excuse. It's important to hear for the jury to hear how she decided to spend the money, her need for the money, especially if it was used for gambling. Defendant admits she has a problem with managing money. She admits she overdrew, withdrew, took more money than she was entitled to take. Defendant contends she was in dire need. Dire, detrimental. We have the same verbiage. She was in dire need for money and could not even afford food at some points. Oh my God.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Food. Defendant stated. Oh, look at the footnotes. Defendant even admitted that she was behind on paying her taxes to the IRS for the years 2010, 2011, and 2012. Oh my God. Thus risking seizure of company funds by the U.S. government. Second footnote. At one point, defendant even sent an email to plaintiff stating she needed money for food. Attached as Exhibit G are various emails where the defendant is discussing her financial situation. She even states in one thing that I read that the corner store gave her credit for food so that her and Will, her son, didn't go without. Can you fucking believe it? Smoke them if you got them. Then she clung on to Beth B. She clung on to Beth B. Oh my God, I thought I turned off my camera. She clung on to freaking Beth B. Yeah, puff, puff, pass.
These nuts.
The irony, her son's name is Will. Yeah, no shit, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. I didn't even think of that. She's obviously got a gambling problem. Okay, so defendant stated during her deposition she used the money to live off and for regular expenses, but she refused to answer questions regarding whether she participated in gambling. So they wanted to bring that up. Okay, so let's go to Exhibity. Yeah, I said Exhibity.
Exhibity.
G.
EXHIBITY.
Where's Exhibity G? I didn't know that G existed, so going a little out of order, but Exhibity. It only goes up to F. Are they not available in here? Is Exhibity G not in here? I don't see G. E, F. It stops at F. Oh, Marcy, thank you so much for generously gifting 5 Cooter ships. Beautiful messy ball. Schloothy Goshi. Shamara. Lucky Rabbit. Niners girl. Welcome in. Thank you so much, Marcy. Appreciate your support. Make sure you guys thank Marcy.
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Welcome in. Close your legs, girls.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Exhibit E, subsection G. Let's see. Oh, here they are.
Just help a brother out here.
Wait, that's one email. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Nick. Nick donated a Cooter ship in Kristen. Got it.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Okay, that's the email about the 3,000 a week. Exhibit F. Let's go down. I think this is just their agreement. I really want to see those emails. Oof. Look at this one. In approximately June of 2013, this is an affidavit of Vicky. Vicky says, in 2013, Sue Pruitt told me she was sure Tricia Griffith was embezzling money from Websleuths and that Tricia Griffith took tens of $1,000s from Websleuths members in an extremely short amount of time.
Why are people such idiots?
Sue Pruitt said she had hard proof that Websleuths members had given Tricia money in the form of donations to Websleuths and that Tricia was using that money for personal reasons / gain. Sue told me many people were coming forward and saying that Tricia was asking for donations.
Wow.
Sue Pruitt kept assuring me there was something big she could not disclose to me, but I would understand once it was disclosed. She kept telling me this was not a simple civil matter and that it became criminal because she could prove Tricia deposited Websleuths money in her own personal account. Oh, no wonder you're scared.
We're going to account the money.
Because you've gotten away with a lot of shit, Tricia. You have gotten away with a lot of shit. But it sounds like your luck is running out with this latest with Daphne. I don't think Daphne's going to play. I hope she doesn't. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's Susan's oral deposition. Where are these effing emails? Okay, wait. Let's just keep going in my line. Oh, no, that's the depo. Shit. Okay, 8-4. Let's go to 8-4. Maybe I had them marked. 630-78484. 630-78484. Oh, yeah. Here. That's the email right here. I think, yep, I do have them marked. So this is from Vicky to Websleuths manager. Anything from Michael yet? I reached out to another DJ last night that has gone through a horrific experience with gambling. That's the email. And then down below, Websleuths manager says Tricia was served last Monday. 8/12, according to Harris County District Court. She's been lying about that too. Look at this. Vicky says, I'm really conflicted about talking to her until I know what was said by Michael and how she reacted to him. She called me twice last night and at 8:05 this morning. I'm on the phone with Wells Fargo in Utah right now. This is Vicky. There was a joint account opened in 2007, which is when I was there for a couple of months. The debt is $3,000. The account was closed due to overdrafts. I never had an account with them, and I certainly never had access to any funds. Hopefully they will give me the account information like bank statements, etc. The guy told me to get an attorney. Good grief. I'll let you know what they say. She opened up a joint bank account in this Vicky's name and her name. She raised funds for Travis Alexander and had it paid into her own. What? What for Travis Alexander? What was she trying to raise money for Travis Alexander for? Oh my God. That's fucked up. She had a GoFundMe for Haley Cummings. And then there was another victim. She's had a lot of GoFundMes for victims. Like in the early 2000s when GoFundMe first came out, she would make GoFundMes for victims. Yeah, he was murdered by Jodi Arias. But what would she raise money for? He's dead. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Okay. RE, clarification. This is from Michael, whoever Michael is. Okay. Good day, Sue. So Michael is whoever Michael is writing an email to Sue, the one that's suing or did sue Tricia. Okay. For the family? Oh my God. I think it is Whistle Down. I think that is Heels in the Air. R.I.P. Heels in the Air. Yeah, I wouldn't want a gambler managing my money or estate. Okay, good day, Sue. I agree wholeheartedly. You are standing on the right side of truth and integrity. Tricia's latest scenario, scandal, involving Peanut, only exemplifies how right you are in your thinking and your quest. Who's Peanut? Was she raising money for another animal named Peanut? My dog's name was Peanut. Leave Peanut out of this. I did call Tricia, he says, finally, again, late, to find out if she said anything about her neighbor coming over to use her internet. Not one mention of it. I commented on how, from her emails, she had obviously been up all night. And she admitted, quote, "You are right, I never went to bed," end quote. Now, call me a fool, but that has to be there has to be some form of stimuli that could keep someone up without sleep. Oh, yikes.
Did I ask them to do that?
He's thinking online gambling stimuli. Right, Peanut has nothing to do with this shit. Tell him. The freaking stimuli of online gambling. I certainly hope your suit can be filed today. Tricia's getting confident that there is no meat to your threat. She absolutely must be stopped. As you know, you have 100% my support. In my conversation with Tricia, she also mentioned that she had spoken with Cheryl McCullum. Oh, my God. Well, this was 2013, so I don't know if that's the squirrel Peanut. Amy, I heard that Websleuths was paying Lauren for her appearances. I can't confirm it, but I heard the rumor that Lauren Matthias was getting paid by Tricia Griffith to appear on her show.
Bing bang. Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some worms.
Bunch of losers. Listen, according to Tricia, Cheryl never committed to doing Kathy's show, and she found Kathy's call to be quite offensive. From trashing her friends Nancy Grace, Holly Hughes, but also getting into trashing of Tricia. Distasteful doesn't even begin to describe Cheryl's reactions. Thank you, Haley. Now, knowing this is coming from the mouth of a renowned and certifiable liar could make it suspect. The way it was delivered leaves me no doubt in my mind that there was truth behind Tricia's comments. If anyone can impress upon Kathy the importance, when contacting a future guest for the show, to leave out the accusatory stuff, she may be able to book some of the people she seeks. As I've said, however, she seems to lack a filter in what's proper and appropriate. As for Chris, I spoke with Chris last night. I don't know who Chris is. Him and Sky, you have their support. I want to see Websleuths prosper and do good works. That's all I want. I also wish to protect the other members from the fleecing, which I was part of. I truly thought I was helping out a friend in need, but it's apparent that given Tricia's bills, that I am supporting far more than living hand to mouth. God forbid anyone else is feeding whatever Tricia's habits are. I am mortified at the prospect. I hope you know you have my support. You do. With my best wishes to you and the side of justice, Michael. How many people have we now heard say they thought they were just helping out a friend, thought I was just helping a friend in need? I thought that too, Sleuthy, but it was 2013. I don't think it would have been him then. Mystic Firefly just said, I think Grayson is Tricia's daughter. Whistledown says, I'm starting to think she's Carol Baskin. Oh, my word. Okay. The next one is, let's see, 630-78485. Oh, we already read that one. Okay. Here, this is from Tricia to Sue. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, wait. I think we need to start over here. No. Hold on. The very beginning. Okay. Thank you for subscribing, Quinn. Okay, so this is Tricia to Sue. Sue, I am so desperate that I can't say no. If I had any money coming in soon, I would say no, thank you. I have lived off nothing for a week or so, but I don't have any money coming in till the 30th. The good thing is, the little corner store lets me get bread and milk and other food they have on credit. So I'm never without food, thank God. Thank you. And please keep track of this so at some point in my life I can pay you back. I will pay you back. This is Exhibit F. Sue says, I'm sitting here looking for your PayPal account number, Tricia. I'm going to put at least a little something in your account so you aren't so short. What the hell is your account through PayPal so I can stop looking? And she sent her $300. No, this is 2011. This says RE Amazon. This is from Tricia to Websleuths. Oh boy, this is bad. Mercy. Sue, please understand where I'm coming from. I do not want to do anything that would hurt the integrity of the forum. But if this thing with James doesn't work out in the next couple of months, I will lose everything. I will not only lose my house, I will lose my car and the forum because I won't be able to pay you back. Just wait and see is something I can't afford. I have $600 in medicine coming up again tomorrow, and the list goes on and on. With the money I borrowed from you last month and the money coming in this month, I have enough for the bills for June and July. I had to use the money I borrowed to get some emergency fixes I needed around here. What? I had to pay off my doctor and other bills. I didn't even get to getting my oven fixed. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't. I literally cannot. Holy shit. This is terrible. I didn't even get my oven fixed, so I bought this cooker thing I saw on sale. It works like an oven, but it's really small. Oh, thank you, Haley. Scrap that about the PayPal. It was something else. Okay, thanks for letting me know, and thank you for your super chat. Oh my God. That will have to do until I can get repairmen in here. I did buy Will one thing. This is her son. And that was an Xbox. My house is so shitty. I needed something for him to do down here. Especially if he's going to live with me. Oh my God. Sorry, I know I'm rambling. I just can't believe how fast the money goes.
What?
I look over my bank statement and I can't fucking believe it. Happy Easter, Rollins. Let me stress. I am not hinting, suggesting, or even giving a whiff of anything as far as you loaning more. I am not going to go there. I'm just trying to explain. Okay, this one came before the one I already read. I am not going to go there. I'm just trying to explain. My problems are not your problems to solve. They are mine and mine alone. Oh, by putting up a very tasteful note that says, quote, the J.C. Duggard book is out, and if you are looking to buy a copy, please do so through our Amazon rolling ad. By doing this, you will be supporting Websleuths, end quote. That's all. Only if they were going to buy it. She wanted to put an ad up for some book with their Amazon referral link. My God, this lady's just grabbing from everywhere to just get a little bit of money. Like, I'll take a little bit from the Amazon promotion. I'll take a little bit from the AdSense. I'll take a little bit from here, and then I'll get the rest of the members to send me more stuff. So she didn't get her oven fixed, but she bought Will an Xbox because her house is so shitty. What did she say? She needed something for him to do. What the fuck? Ugh, I have a lump in my throat. My stomach is in knots. I wish I had time to be patient. The thought of going back to not even getting by is more than I can take. I have been living like this for 7 years. Oh my God. This is 2011. She says she's been living like this since 2004. Please just think about putting it on the main forum. No one is going to see it in the book forum. Sorry if I'm whiny. I don't mean to be. I have felt so good since late April. And I can't take a step back. I can't. Just can't. Thank you, Whistledown. I found $10 in an Easter egg and wanted to pay it forward. XOXO. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm going to pay it forward too, and I'm going to give 5 cooter ships. Thank you so much. Paying it forward Easter Sunday. Jerry, Amy, Tamara, Jules, and Real B. Welcome to Cooterville.
Hey, Cooter
Welcome to
Clippers.
Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Yeah, I think her house smells like stale smoke and cat piss. Melmo. I know, right?
Hey, Cooter Clippers.
Thank you so much, Nick, for donating another cooter ship to River Mom. River Mom, welcome
Just help a
in.
brother out here.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Trisha, close your legs. This is awful. Welcome to the Cooterville family. All right, so this one, Websleuths writes back, and she says, Sue says, okay, I see the email. We can try it since it's in the basement book session, but I don't want to put it in the main forum yet. Let's just get a feel for it first. So she really wanted her to put up a tasteful note that said the J.C. Duggard book is out. If you are looking to buy a copy, do it through our Amazon ad. And the smell of casino. Hey, Jan, happy Easter. Bad Kitty says, what the fuck? I was a single mom and worked 2 jobs, bought a house, and always provided for my kids. I never thought of asking for anything. Grifter Tricia, Mad Tomato. So she says, let's just get a feel for it. And then Tricia does not give up. Tricia says, how about I just put it in the JC forum? That if anyone is interested in buying the book, to please use the Amazon rolling ad to do so. I'll explain that if they buy the book, this way they're helping support Web Sleuths. I object. I object. She just keeps going. Hey, Liz. Here we go with another one. Wait, let's see what the... Wait, we got to look at the date. 7/12 was this one, okay? 7/28. So fast forward 2 weeks. Hey, PCB. Fast forward 2 weeks. July 28th, 2011. From Tricia Griffney to Web Sleuths manager Sue. Here we go. Gets deep now. Sue, I'm there. Everyone has their breaking point, and this is mine. Get ready for it. This is rich. Tricia! I don't even know if I can read this with a straight face. Hold on. I got to get ready for this one. All right, you guys ready? Sue, I'm there. Everyone has their breaking point, and this is mine. I finally got my computer back. All my email is gone. When I turned it on, the screen was blank except for a cursor. I let it sit there with a cursor for over an hour, thinking something would happen. Nothing. It was not making noise like it was working. I kept rebooting it and hit some weird-ass line that said, "Stop installation." At least that got it to go to Windows so I could use the damn thing. I called the Geek Squad, the people who did this, and they refused to help me over the phone or let alone come out. It's literally 99 in my house. That's cool. It was 102 this afternoon. No air conditioning, of course. And I have to do 2 full round trips tomorrow to Salt Lake and back. I do have air in the car, thank God. The tread on my tires is splitting apart. Minimum of $800 to get new tires. Tap in, my kitchen's broken. My dishes are piling up. I just got my bathroom sink fixed. My shower has the worst mold I can't get rid of. And on and on and on. It's not about money. It's about I just can't take this anymore, Sue. I'm so hot and miserable. I can't catch a break. The email just finally pushed me to my breaking point. I need to make a change. I can't go on. Not like this. I swear to God, I would rather be sleeping in a park with no worries about all this shit than live in this pit. Problem after problem after problem after problem after problem after problem. It never fucking ends. Never. It's hard for anyone to understand unless you're here. It's total isolation. Hell, I drove myself to the hospital and back. No one here to help. Please deal with Websleuths this weekend, like you have been all week. I can't sit here anymore. It's too fucking hot, and there's no end in sight. I thought James was supposed to get things going, and he hasn't. Now, not only do I have all this shit, but my bills will not be paid next month, or the month after, or the month after, or the month after, because I don't know what the fuck that guy is doing. And this has been a huge money-sucking vacuum for you. That's not right. It wasn't supposed to be like that. You need to see a return, but nothing is happening. That's what I'm saying. It never ends. If it was one thing or even two, I would be fine. But I have just given you the bare bones info. There is so much more. But you get the picture. I must have been Hitler in another life. Sue, I'm just really down. Things were looking up, and now it's right back to where it was. The only difference is, and it's a big and wonderful difference, is that you're on board. You are the only reliable person in my life. Websleuths is so lucky to have you on board, because relying on me is not a good thing. Hell, I can't even get my dishes done anymore. I'm going to bed. I'm glad we made the deal that we can vent to each other. Good night. Fast forward to the next day. Holy shit! Tricia says, Sue! $300? A little something? Oh my God, that is not a little something. That is a huge something. Thank you so much. I was so worried by the time Sunday rolled around for some reason I wouldn't have the $25 in my account for the toll-free minutes. I was going to worry about not having any money for anything else on Monday. Like I said, I'm okay for food because the little store, it's like a little 7-Eleven, but with a lot less food choices. On the corner gives me credit, so I know Will and I won't starve. Our dinners, when we have to use the store for food, are usually a big, bland cheese quesadilla, grilled cheese, bologna sandwiches, bacon and eggs. But hey, still tastes really good. Oh God, this is such a relief. Thank you so much. I promise I won't call you and cry, but I am blubbering now. Tricia. Can you fuck? Dude, I don't even think we need to read any other stuff. That needs to be clipped. She just got done saying, but I bought him an Xbox. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, it was everything from fucking tires. I mean, look at it's 99 in my house, no AC. Her car has AC, but damn it, there's no tread on the tires. It's splitting apart. She needs minimum of $800. The tap in your kitchen is broken. She's got no kitchen water. My shower has the worst mold I can't get rid of. Her dishes are piling up because she has no water in there. What the fuck? And who's James and what was he supposed to be doing? Yes, Sheriff Nonads is here. Hey, welcome in, Sheriff. Right, use your fucking bathtub. I mean, what do you do when you camp? You get water and you put it in a little plastic tub from the Dollar Tree. You put a little bit of soap in there and you wash your fucking dishes. Oh my God. Paper plates. There, hey, Tintin in Germany. Happy Easter. James figured out he was being grifted, kind of like how Beth B left her out of the will, even though she keeps saying, she would not have done that to me. We were fine. Everything was fine.
Pound, pound, pound. Ding dong, ding dong, pound, pound, pound.
She is something else. Dude, you guys, she's been doing this since at least, according to this, she's been doing this since at least 2004. That's 22 years. 22 years. But the easiest thing is to make Will get a fucking job instead of sitting around. In all fairness, I don't know how old Will was in 2011. He could have been like a kid. Because she says, I need something for him to do when he's here. When he's here inconveniencing me. That was, okay, Lucky Rabbit says, correct, Jay, right after she divorced Doug. So, seriously, I think this is a record. Damaged goods, I'm with you, girl. I've been scraping it too at times. You can do a lot, but she obviously has another issue. And all these people were onto it. They were all onto it. Oh, and look at Laporte was Sue's lawyer's name. So this is where it says motion to compel. She has to be deposed relating to her gambling activities. I don't know if that order was approved. But here's her deposition. You guys ready? How long have we been live? 3 hours. Okay. We're definitely not going to get through it all in one sitting, but sweets, I got your email, and I'm not gonna put it up today because we're gonna start the deposition, but it will be in our next Easter egg edition in the next live. Sheriff says maybe Tricia can become a detective for me. I'm out of them. Yes, she would probably give you approval if you just, gave her some money, nanos. No nads. Wait, what? She gave, who said that? My kids mow lawns at 12. Crime. Oh, can you imagine? Poor Beth B. Just like she said, I told Beth B, you can do whatever you want with your money. It's your money. And I'm thinking, what conversation did you have that ever had to come out of your mouth?
These nuts.
Total disgrace. Sammy says, Beth B did not work her whole life for her money to be gambled away by Tricia. Amen. It goes to the doggies and kitties that she wanted it to go to. Justice for Beth B. Born September 1996. Okay, so he's 29. So in 2011, how old was Will? Isn't that funny? Her son's name's Will. Her son's name's Will, and she wants to be in control of Beth B's will. Oh yeah, send anything to White Boy Lockdown Radio too about this if you have anything. I think that we need creators to tag team this as, bad against good, We've got to call these people out because look at all this that got swept under the rug. You know what I mean? All these different stories that we've seen and heard. Sleuthy says definitely old enough to make money, she says. Yes, she did live in Utah. And then when her place fell apart, she got a free ride, a free move to Texas. I think Tricia is pushing 70. Yeah. 67. There you go. Hello, Kitty. Thank you. Tricia is 67 and Will is 29 right now. Because remember, someone said she had her viewers, or I'm sorry, her members of Web Sleuth pay Will's wages. Did you hear that, Sleuthy? When she went to CrimeCon, which was completely free because this lady named Michelle paid her way, she grifted for spending money and for the like her cab money and Will's wages because he came to probably watch her house or something. Did Will go to Purdue? Good question, Quinn. Good question. Because Beth B gave a free ride per Stacy's mouth to a kid that went to Purdue. Sleuthy. I'm surprised she didn't tell folks she was pregnant. Had no way to prepare for the baby. Damn. She didn't reach that point of desperation yet. Oh, boy. All right, so here is the deposition. Hold on. 80. So from what I understand is that this Sue lady lived in Texas. And Tricia was in Utah when this happened. So she was still in Utah. And then when she settled this case, because look, this is filed in Harris County, Texas on November 14th, 2014. So that means Tricia was still living in Utah. So it was after this we heard that Beth B paid the settlement to Sue Pruitt and then moved her to Texas. And what is this I'm seeing in chat? You know, a subscriber gave Tricia a trip to Europe, right? What? Are you serious? Was that known publicly? What in the hell is going on?
On Prime Crime.
If he's 29 now, in 2015, he was 18. Okay, so he was a teen. He could have been working. Sleuthy's right. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so Cher says, yes, I heard about the trips too. Multiple trips. Oh, she made a video on it. Is it still up? If it's still up and you can find the link, please email it to me and I'll download it. Jen Fisher. It just keeps coming. Yep. A certain male went with her? Who went with her? Right, like the price is fucking right. Damn. I want to go to England and meet Miss Potato. Dude, that's crazy. So, all right. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything in here. She's still talking about this. Look at Griffith is saying that Sue withdrew $14,000. But what makes me sick is that Beth B paid her way out of this. Look at this. Oh my God. Okay, so Susan Pruitt made the following written statements Now for the good news. I spent a long time with an officer at the bank yesterday going over Websleuth's bank account. They are doing some in-depth searches for me, which I hope to pick up today. More is coming to light that is going to sink Tricia legally. We're going to need subpoenas. Okay, Beach, subpoena Deuces Tecum, LOL, on some of it. So until it's confirmed, I can't say much more. Just suffice it to say, yes, Tricia has been embezzling and defrauding the LLC. As unfortunate as it is, it's actually good news for us and very, very bad news for Tricia. Here's another one. Okay, that really sounded like baiting for me, so I'm going to confide in everyone here and tell you. We think Tricia has been maintaining another Websleuths bank account. This is huge as far as embezzlement and fraud, in my opinion. We wondered how, if people make checks out to Websleuths, she's able to cash them. You can't just take a check made out to a corporation up to a bank window and cash it. This is what we were wondering. How in the heck was she doing it? Oh my God. That's when Vicky uncovered the second joint bank account in Websleuth's names. Oh my God. Shit. This has got to be the answer, and I found an obscure bank account number she gave me when we first became partners. I think it's a bingo, but we won't know until we get the records. I also think it's the one tied to her personal PayPal. Oh, Websleuths, look. Tricia Tidbits at yahoo.com. Count 9, the special exceptions hearing in October is Tricia protesting our attorneys representing the LLC. I think we're going to try to get Tricia removed as a managing partner due to her embezzlement. Everyone should know that she embezzled money with the next filing. They also want to know how we have Tricia embezzling, what method, how many, etc. Frankly, I think it's very sad that the number must be so high that Tricia doesn't even know this information herself. Oof. I worry a word about Michael. I've been very careful with him, only telling him what I'm sure will get back to Tricia. He's trying to find out how many members I've had come forward. He even threw numbers at me for instance. I didn't bite. Tricia's friend Vicky has also been trying to find out this information. Pretty sure Mark Class used the word embezzlement with Tricia, but I never used that word when talking with Brad. Of course, I guess now I could with what we know. I haven't even begun to expose what she's done. So far, it's been kept pretty private in the mod forum. So she's saying that this is all defamatory. Tricia. Wow. You know, the lengths that people will go to hide their fraud is astounding to me. It really is. It makes me sick. Literally. Now, where the hell is her deposition? Okay, those are the... Now I lost the deposition. 82. 482. Hold on. I gotta go back up. 482 right here. Oral videotaped. I'd love to get my mitts on the video of this. Wouldn't you? Yeah, Polly Class's father. I think she did a GoFundMe for Polly Class. Okay, let me zoom in. Not that much. Dude, there's a video of this. I wish we could get the video and watch it. You did a lot of work with Mark Class. Go fun, Trish. Oh, God. Grizzly.
Creep town, dude.
If they're watching, that's creepy.
These nuts.
Tinkerbell says, I believe Trisha transferred money to her account with Beth B's phone right after she passed, and this is the reason she wants control of Beth B's financials. And is that the reason why she's scared that someone's coming to the door when they're processing someone's final will or whatever, or whatchamacallit? Trisha said Daphne thinks Trisha's an idiot and wouldn't figure it out. Thank God Beth B was smarter than the average bear. Haley says, Trish, check out True Crime Underground. I wrote a post about you.
Bing bong.
All right, so let's start this read through of the deposition. Ready? Let me clear my throat. Okay. Ma'am, would you please state your full name? Patricia Griffith. What's your date of birth? 12/19/58. What's your address? Do you want my mailing or my actual home? Where you reside? 3011 Cottonwood Drive, Wanship, Utah. And what's your mailing address? 6300 North Sagewood Drive, Park City, Utah. You understand you're here today to give a deposition in the lawsuit in which Miss Pruitt has sued you for claims arising out of a business relationship, correct? Yes. You understand that you have filed a counterclaim to the lawsuit? Yes. Have you ever given a deposition before? Yes, of course she has. How many times? Once. What was the circumstance? It was a car accident that somebody caused. I sued them for a car accident. About how long ago was that? 83. Well, I'm sure your lawyers told you, but I want to go through a few ground rules, blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip that. The only caveat I ask is that you don't take a break when there's a question pending on the table before you, okay? Okay. Okay, let's see. Are you taking any medications that would prohibit you from telling the truth here today? No. You understand you're under oath? Yes. What's your educational background? I graduated from high school in 77 and I have some college. I know Jolene and I should have done this together. Where'd you go to high school? Brighton High School. Is that in Utah? Yes. You said some college. Where'd you take your courses? Utah State University in Logan and the University of Utah. How far did you get through? Couple of semesters. You went to 2 colleges and got through a couple of semesters? Do you hold any certificates or certifications for anything? No. And let's start with, I guess, after college, your work history. Just a brief work history background. What was your first job after you finished those courses at college? I'd have to think. It was a while ago. If I remember correctly, it was a small radio station in Toll, Utah. What'd you do there? I was a reporter. And about how long time periods, estimates, 85 through 90? What range can you provide? 1979 through 1981, on and off, part-time. Where'd you work after that? At a radio station in Ogden, Utah. Was that also in a reporter capacity? I was the morning show co-host and news anchor. Approximately how long did you work there? 81 to 83, I believe. That was full-time employment? Yes. What's next? I worked at a station called KISN in Salt Lake. What'd you do there? Part-time news. When did your employment with that station end? Ended the same year. 83? Mm-hmm. That's a yes? Yes. I guess take me between 83 and 2000. Give me a quick overview of your employment. In 83, after KISN, the radio station in Ogden, rehired me, I worked there till 86. I have to think. From 86 to 88, I worked at KBER in Salt Lake. 88 to 95, I worked at Z93. What was your role at Z93? An on-air disc jockey. That was your full-time employment? Yes. Okay, continue, please. If I remember correctly, I worked at a station called The Mountain from 95. Oh, man. This is where it's going to get really hard. Off and on up until I worked for that company from 95 till 2001. What were your job duties? Well, first, I was a full-time disc jockey, and then they had voice tracking, so I was a part-time voice tracker. What's voice tracking? Well, you think you're listening to a live disc jockey, and you're probably not. It's a computer. And what they do is they have you record the breaks that you do, and then they put it together before and after the music. So it sounds like you're introducing a song. Sounds like you're talking about a song, but you're not even there in the studio listening to the music. You just pre-record all the breaks. Computer puts it together, and it sounds like you're live. And since 01, what other employment have you had? I worked out of my home doing voice tracking for a station in New Mexico. I also worked part-time voice tracking for some stations in Salt Lake. Do you currently do voice tracking still? No. How are you employed? Websleuths. And I do part-time voice work. And who do you usually do part-time voice work for? It's a company called Voices Online. Do you get paid by the hour? Yes. How much do you get paid per hour? $230. Approximately how many hours a month do you do work for Voices Online? Between 3 and 4 hours a month. How long have you done work for Voices Online? Can I get a clarification? They've changed names. I've been doing the same thing for the same people, but their companies changed names. So does that matter or... No, I understand. For the people that were associated with that company, for when the previous company had Sound Voices Online. I started doing part-time just barely at the end of 99, and I continue to this day. Have you had any other full-time or part-time employment from 01 to the present day besides Websleuths and Voices Online? Yes. And where was that? Petco, where the pets go. And what were the approximate dates of your employment at Petco? August 2011, and I just recently took a leave of absence. Were you a full-time employee at Petco? No. So you get paid by the hour? Yes. How much? I think it's $10,985, something like that. What are your job duties at Petco? Cashier, taking care of the animals, and customer service. You said you recently took a leave. Why did you take that leave? May 2014. What was the reason for that? Objection. Form. You can answer. I'm to help care for a sick friend. Oh my God. I object to this one. Objection. To help care for a sick friend. Ugh. Did you get paid? Because how could you afford to take time off work if you didn't get paid? When did you first become associated with websleuths.com? 99. She says 1999. And in what capacity did you become associated with the site? I went on there to read about the John Benet Ramsey case, and then I became obsessed. Ooh, this whole story is making so much more sense. Scary. She went on Websleuths to read about John Benet Ramsey. She's obsessed with John Benet Ramsey. So you were just a member at that point? Now, what was you were just viewing the page? Yes. And at what point did you go from just viewing to becoming a member? I can't remember. There was some time when you did become a member, though. Yes. And then there was some time after the point you became a member that you became, I guess, an owner of the site. Yes. Tell me how that came. Objection. Form. Go ahead. The owner of the site contacted me in 03. Wanted to sell it. I almost bought it. I didn't. And then in 04, I was contacted again and I purchased it. What was the name of the previous owner? I don't remember. Terry. I'm sorry. I don't remember. That's okay. Do you remember how much you paid? I paid Terry $1,500. Excuse me. I paid Terry $1,000. And I paid her partner $500. Do you remember the name of the partner? Carol. But I don't know the last name. And did you take a loan out to purchase the website? Or did you use your own money? I used my own money. Were you the only owner of the website from the time you bought it from Terry and her partner through the time when you sold an interest to Miss Pruitt? Yes. Did you ever have any discussions with anyone besides Miss Pruitt prior to entering into a business relationship with Miss Pruitt about anybody else purchasing interests from you? Not that I recall. When was the first time you met Sue? Well, I met Sue in February 2012. That was the first time y'all met in person? Mm-hmm. That's a yes? Yes, sorry. When was the first time you came to know Sue? I'm trying to think of the date. I don't remember the date. I'm sorry. Do you remember the circumstances? Yes. And what were those? We do fundraisers for searches. Here we go. This is all that, probably that GoFundMe shit. We do fundraisers for searches. And one of the groups we work with, Class Kids, had a fundraiser. Rest in peace, Polyclass. Excuse me, had a search and they needed food. So we would ask all our members to call restaurants and purchase food for the searchers. And Sue came forward and was purchasing food for the searchers. And you found out she purchased food for the searchers how? We kept a list, a track of it. She contacted me and said she wanted to help. So there you go. There's a huge bing bong. Bing bong. They have a list of the people that were donating. And then she knew where the money, like follow the money. Did she contact you through some sort of messaging system? I can't remember. Do you remember if she told you how she got your contact info? No. So at some point after you met Miss Pruitt, you and she decided to engage in a business relationship, correct? Yes. And tell me how that came about. Who approached you? I can't remember. Oh, wait, there was an objection. Objection, form. Go ahead. I honestly can't remember. Do you remember approximately when you began discussions about her purchasing an interest? May have been February or March of 2011. And she said they were by telephone and email. And why did you need someone to come in and invest in the site? Well, we needed upgrades and things that I couldn't do that cost money. We needed the advertising fixed. Things like that I couldn't do at the time. Was the website making any money prior to Miss Pruitt? And you entering into y'all's business relationship? Yes. How did the website make money? Advertising. Approximately how much money did the website make per month prior to you and Miss Pruitt's relationship? Again, this is a guess, but I'm going to say under $1,000 a month. Maybe. It would depend on the month. You know, I can't remember how much it started to make. But I really can't remember how much it was making in 2011. I'm sorry, I just can't. I can't remember. That's fine. Do you recall if it was enough to pay the expenses of operating the website? There's that trick question because she was asking for $1,900, $1,700, $3,000. 2021, she moved to Dallas. Thank you, Haley. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? Do you recall if prior to your relationship, the website was making enough money to keep it operating? Yes. So under $1,000 would keep it operating, even though she needed all that money, thousands for the server? Oh my God, she's so busted.
So there's a lot of butt joints.
Okay, let's see. Was the sole reason you decided to sell to Miss Pruitt an interest? Part of your interest in the Websleuths was because the site needed money and needed upgrades, or was it because you also needed money? Well, she didn't do her taxes in 2010, 11, or 12. We learned that earlier. Objection form. Can you ask 2 different questions? I can ask a better question. Is the sole reason? Let me back up a little bit. You said you needed an investor because the website needed upgrades and maintaining things, correct? Yes. Was that the only reason you needed an investor? No. What were the other reasons? The advertising wasn't being utilized properly, I had been told, and the website could be making much more money if we could get someone who knew how to make the advertising work in a better fashion for us. That's what we needed. I needed that to get the advertising up and running, to get more income coming in. So your thought was, if I'm understanding, you could get an investor and you'd use some of that money to hire someone to help with advertising. Yes. It wasn't that the investor would come in and do the work. It was that you needed money to pay someone to fix it, right? Yes. Exhibit 1 marked. I'm marking Exhibit 1 to your deposition. I'm going to hand you a copy. Do you recognize this? Yes. This is a sale and purchase agreement between you and Miss Pruitt. Yes. And this was to sell 50% interest in Websleuths. Yes. Okay, right here. And it shows, And it shows, or it states, that Miss Pruitt was to pay you $11,000, right? Yes. And that was in exchange for 50% interest in the website, correct? Yes. And did she indeed pay you the $11K? Yes. What did you do with that money? Objection. Form. I'll re-ask the question. You received $11K from Miss Pruitt in exchange for 50% interest in the website, correct? Yes. How did you spend that $11K? Objection. Form. You can answer it if you know. I believe I paid bills, but I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Bills? Electric bills? Things of this nature? Personal bills? I don't know. I'd have to look. Do you remember paying anyone out of this $11K to come into Websleuths and fix the advertising? Out of this 11? Right. Now, do you remember using any portion of the $11K to upgrade the servers? No, not that I remember. Do you remember using any portion of the $11K to perform upgrades to the Websleuths site? No, I don't. No, not that I remember. If you could turn to page 9. Do you see that? Uh-huh. I'm sorry. Where is it again? It's at the bottom. It's paragraph 6. You see that? Portion A of 6.01 states a bill. I'm sorry. Let me back up. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so he's talking about the bill of sale. Do you recall issuing a bill of sale to Miss Pruitt? I don't know. You don't recall? I don't recall. Going to page 11, which is Bates, labeled Pruitt at the top. Tell me when you're there. You're there. Obligation of seller and purchaser. Do you see that? Yes. Both seller and purchaser immediately upon closing shall transfer all interests in this agreement to Websleuths LLC by appropriate legal documents. Do you see that? And what's your understanding of that? To transfer everything into Websleuths.com LLC name. So you understood that Websleuths.com LLC was a company whereby the Websleuths.com website was its asset, correct? Yes. Do you know if you complied with the terms of this document? Do I know if can you repeat that? After signing this document, was there anything in Websleuths' name or your name relating to the website? Any assets? After signing this, right. I say it one more time. When you signed this document, there were assets that belonged to the website that were in your name, correct? Yes. And there were assets that belonged to the website that might have been in a websleuths.com DBA name, correct? Yes. Were all the assets related to that website either in your name or a DBA type name, were those eventually transferred? Eventually, yes. When, if you could recall, was the final, I guess, asset transferred? I think it was May or April of 2013, maybe June 2013. And he has her flipped to something else. I'm showing you what I'm marking Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Have you ever seen this document before? Yes. Do you recognize it? It's the regulations of Websleuths. Do you understand this document to be the rules that you and Miss Pruitt would agree in y'all's relationship? Yes. And this document was presented to you by Miss Pruitt? Yes. And you read it prior to signing it? Yes. Do you remember ever telling her prior to signing this document, hey, Sue, I want to include X, Y, and Z in the regulations? Not in the regulations, no. And then he has her go to the capital accounts part. Did either you or Miss Pruitt put money in that would be considered capital into the websleuths.com LLC? For cash? You mean did cash go into the bank? Sure. Did either you or Miss Pruitt contribute cash that would be considered capital pursuant to this section? It's kind of illegal. Yeah, objection to legal conclusion. I don't know if she did anything legally like that. I don't know. At the time of the signing of this document, your understanding was that who was to be manager. That was horrible. At the time of signing this document, what was your understanding as far as who would be the manager of the LLC? It was my understanding that I would be the managing partner and Sue and I would be the managers on Websleuths. So it was your understanding you would manage the limited liability company, correct? I don't know. I don't know. I was just the managing partner. That was what I listed on as whatever that entails. So do you know what duties you would have as the managing partner? Yes. As my understanding as the managing partner was that if there was a disagreement that, and this depends on, I guess there's a lot of variables, that I could be the one to break the tie, was my understanding. So it was your understanding that your vote kind of overruled any other vote, correct? Well, yes. Do you remember in your capacity as the manager establishing an individual capital account on behalf of yourself or Miss Pruitt? Are you talking about a bank account? Correct. For the LLC? Right. Yes, we did. Who established that account? I did. How'd you do that? I went to the bank. I took the documents of the LLC and I opened the account. You went to Chase Bank, is that correct? Yes. Okay, and then it says that major decisions cannot be made without the other manager, blah, blah, blah. And then the next sentence begins, the major decisions include, and it begins listing off some decisions, borrowing money, correct? She says, yes. While you acted as the manager of Websleuths.com LLC, did you incur any loans on behalf of Websleuths? No. Did you ever, has any member of Websleuths ever loaned Websleuths.com money? No. Then, all right, let's see. They're talking about the 50%. I'm just going to skip through to like the more pertinent parts. Who was responsible for keeping records of the Websleuths.com LLC? Objection form, if you know. What records? Who was responsible for keeping the accounting records of Websleuths.com LLC? Sue Pruitt. And why do you believe it was Sue Pruitt's responsibility? Because we agreed that she would come in with her business knowledge to the LLC and show me what to do and train me in the business. That's why I brought her in, because of her business knowledge. Did you feel you weren't quite equipped to managing accounting and things like that for a business? Equipped, I wouldn't use that word. I would say I needed to know to be taught how to do it. Who prepared or caused to be prepared the tax records for tax year 2011? Sue Pruitt. Was that at your request? It was our agreement she'd do that. What about the returns for 2012? Who was responsible for those? Sue. Tax returns for 2013? Well, according to your client in her deposition, she said she was. But I got an email saying that from your client, here is the tax information. I need my K-1. So I took it myself to contact the accountant. Who's the accountant you contacted? I can't remember his name. But it's the one that Sue, it's a family friend of Sue's they've used before. Do you know if he had prepared the previous tax returns to the LLC? I believe so. That is in a standalone video. To answer your question, whoever asked about the mashup, it's in a standalone video. It's pulled up. You can just pull it up, I mean. And there are moderators on Websleuths, right? Yes. What does a moderator do? They make sure the members are following rules. And there are also people who have the title administrator. What do administrators do? They have the ability to time people out, ban people, and make decisions when a moderator needs help. Okay, so then they talk about what's timing out. Da-da-da-da-da. They take a break. Oh, no, we're on. Okay, moderators, admins. We know what all that is. Alerts. Oh my God, she's such a ditz. What are alerts? That's when somebody alerts on a post that they believe has violated our terms of service. So just moderator, regular moderator title, and how many? I'm going to have to go through and count them. Go ahead. Let's see. There is. If you're going to talk. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm just talking in my head. I'm going to write it down here. So let me think. Let me ask you this. Is it less than 20 people? Less than 20 actual moderators? Yes. And then admins. Is that number less than 10? Yes. Super moderator. Is that number less than 10? Yes. And then mini moderator. Is that number less than 10? Yes. And you mentioned terms of service. Is everyone who's registered mod, they have to apply? She says, can you read the list of people again, please, that follow the terms of service? Then she goes into weird shit. Can you give me one example of when an admin doesn't have to follow the terms of service? Let's say they know a person is connected to a case, but we don't want to reveal their identity. Perhaps it's a detective or something like that. If an admin came to me and said, I know a detective on this case, and he says, I can post about this case on the forum, can I go ahead and do that? I would say, well, yes. If you can vouch for that person, yes. But they don't have to tell the members, this person is a detective and I can vouch for them. They can just say, I have information that's been confirmed. You don't have to prove to them we've confirmed it. That would be one example. Okay. Can you think of an example when this rule would not apply to somebody or a situation? Yes. Go ahead and give me that example. Objection. Form. Go ahead. If we had decided to do a fundraising campaign, which we have done in the past for class kids, where we'd set up a thread asking people to donate to class kids. There's something like that. Do you know who created these etiquette and information? This posting? I can't remember. Do you know who So Sumi is? Yes. And who is that? It's your client. So if Miss Pruitt made a change to these rules, is that something you and her would typically consult on? Da 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 da. Thank you so much, Pinks. Okay, let's see. Have you ever... Oh, wait. Let's go up to this one. Since the day I became owner, I've put down my address that shows up in every one of my posts. I did that so people would contact me if they had a problem about the forum. I wanted people to have access to me. And he says, so that's been there since you purchased the site, I guess in 2004? She says, yes. Are there any other exceptions you can think besides yourself to that rule? If we were doing a fundraiser, then that was approved, yes. And then it says, if you can go to the first page again of Exhibit E3, the second sentence of soliciting financial assistance paragraph says, this means both overt, send me money, and subtle, poor me, I could really use some money forms. Dealing with solicitation of financial assistance, correct? Yes. Have you ever, let me ask you this way. Is it your position that you've always complied with that rule? Well, no, I haven't, if I understand your question correctly. Tell me situations where you believe you have not complied with the soliciting financial assistance rule. This rule was in place after Sue came on board, before your client was an owner. And when I took over the website, there were times in the years gone by where the forum went down, something like that happened. I would post I was having financial problems long before those rules were in place. I never removed those posts. They're years and years old. So this came after I made those posts. Do you remember when this rule was in place? Objection form. Could you clarify what in place? Do you remember when this rule first came to be on the forum? I don't. We looked at the date earlier. Do you know if it could have been before this date that this rule came into place? It could have been. Do you remember having any discussions with Miss Pruitt about adding a rule dealing with solicitation of financial assistance? I don't, sorry. Have you ever, after Miss Pruitt came on board, have you ever solicited financial assistance from any Websleuths member? No. Let me clarify that question. That doesn't mean financial assistance for Websleuths.com LLC. I mean, have you ever solicited financial assistance for yourself personally from any Websleuth member? If someone offered me assistance, I may have taken it. So Websleuths members have given you money. I understand you said earlier that they gave you money prior to your relationship with Miss Pruitt, but after your relationship with Miss Pruitt, members have given you money, correct? Yes. And you've taken that money, correct? Yes. As you sit here today, can you recall the names of those people that gave you money? And this is dealing with the time frame after you and Miss Pruitt entered into the Websleuths. Kathy Raines. Is that Raines? Oh my God. We saw, remember Rainey? Rainey said she did all this stuff. We read that earlier. Same. Is that Raines? I don't know. She doesn't even know how to spell her last name, but she gladly took her money. Michael Hagenstad. How do you spell his last name for the court reporter? I don't know that either. That's fine. And there was one other woman. I apologize. I can't remember her real name, but she goes by Araya. That's her name on Websleuths? Yes. Do you know how to spell Araya? Oriah. Is there anybody else? Zoo Mama. Zoo Mama? Uh-huh. Do you know her real name? Yeah, I'm sorry. Her real name is Helen. Anybody else? Nope. Do you know a woman named Vicky? Pate. Pate, I was making her French. Do you know her? Yes. Has she given you any money? Yes. When was that? I believe it was before Sue came on board. Let's go ahead and go through the people who gave you money before Sue Pruitt came on board, but not after. In addition to Vicky, who else? Objection form. I mean, it's really irrelevant. I mean, well, I think it's relevant in the sense that they could have knowledge, for one, of receiving money. But, I mean, are you going to instruct her not to answer that question? Yeah. Wow.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
So your lawyer is instructing you not to answer my question. What typically happens in that event, you can do one of two things. You can follow your lawyer's advice, or you can obviously overrule your lawyer. So then he says, with that said, let me go ahead and ask the question. Is there anybody in addition to Vicky who gave you money prior to entering into your business relationship with Miss Pruitt? Objection form. You can go ahead and answer it, but my objection's on the record. Go ahead and answer. There was somebody in 2006, and I apologize. I don't remember her name. She gave me $150. Do you remember her screen name? Something with mouse in it. Is there anything else you can recall? Christina. I think her name is Jones. And I want to clarify this if I remember correctly because it was so long ago. Do you know how much Miss Jones gave you? I believe it was 110. Is there anybody else that you remember? Primarily their names. I don't know their real names. No, there's no other one. So you can think, so you can at least remember one other one in addition to Mrs. Jones. Yes. Going back to Kathy Rains, what did she give you? If I remember correctly, it was $3,100. Mad Chatters. True Crime Angels. Is it possible Kathy Rains could be Kathy Rhodes? I'm sorry, Rhodes. Yes, sorry. That's her name on the forum is Rain. Sorry. She only gave you $3,100. She gave you $3,100. What was that money for? Personal? She says personal. Just regular living expenses? Things like that? Yes. In what form did she give you $3,100? Was it a check? Was it cash? She gave me $500 in a wire transfer, and then the rest of it she put on a Bluebird card. Oh my God. She's got these people running around, wiring money, putting it on cards, prepaid cards. Oh my God. This all started with a field trip. '04 and 2011, I think, Willa. What's a Bluebird card? It's an American Express card you put money on. It's like a gift card. Similar, yes. And you said Michael. What has he given you? He gave it to me through PayPal. Oh, boy. I can't remember the amounts. One of them was I think 4,000. I would have to look. Oh, my God. I'm going to pass out.
For fuck's sake.
I'm going to pass out. This Michael. Do you know how much he paid on behalf to anybody? No. Is it more than 20,000, you think? It could be. Could it be more than 50,000? No. So somewhere maybe between 20 and 50K? Yes. And that's either money that went directly to you or directly to somebody else, correct? Yes. Between $20,000 and $50,000? He just sent her $4K to her PayPal? What? Never have I ever heard of this.
What?
Oh my God. This is really bad. Money that was paid directly to you. Do you recall what that money was used for? Personal. Like, give me some examples. Groceries, bills. And there's been times when he's paid expenses on your behalf, correct? Yes. And that's where he is not giving you the money directly. He's given it to some third party, correct? Yes. What were those third parties? Objection, form. Who has he paid money to on your behalf? Objection, form. Do you understand the question? Yes. Okay. I'm just... When I say who, it can either be a person or it can be an entity.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
I'm objecting on the basis that a complete answer is covered by privilege. So I would instruct her not to answer on that behalf. Privileged information. Privileged. Maybe I can help ask the question without privilege. Please, aside from payments made to your attorneys or any other attorneys, what third parties has Mike paid money to on your behalf? My vet and gas bill. My vet and gas bill. When you say gas bill, you mean natural gas? Yes. Person who we call Oriah, what have they given you? When? Well, I have her down as somebody who gave you money. This was after Miss Pruitt came on board. Is that your recollection? Yes. So from that, beginning with that time period to today, what has she given you in either dollars or paid on your behalf? If I remember correctly, it was $250. What'd you do with that money? Paid bills. Were discussions with Oriah via the telephone? Were they via messaging or email? Mostly telephone. So you spoke with Oriah on the telephone, but you can't remember her name, right? I can remember her first name. She's very particular about her name. First name's Carol. With Kathy Rhodes, your discussions with her about giving you money. Were those via telephone, email, or text? Telephone. And what was said during those conversations? Objection. Form. Go ahead and answer. Just discussing, as friends do, our lives. She started offering me money. And I refused at first, and then I accepted. So when you say you were discussing your lives, what did you say about your life and your financial situation to Miss Rhodes? Just talking to her about how difficult it was. And like difficulty paying bills, difficulty living, no insurance, that type of thing. Did you ever tell her you were having difficulty paying your electric bill? Objection, form. Go ahead and answer. I don't remember if I specifically said that. Do you remember if you told her you had difficulty paying your gas bill? Objection, form. Again, I don't remember specifically. Do you remember if you told her you had difficulty paying your taxes, either property or income? Objection, form. I don't remember specifically. Do you own or rent your home? I own. And that's the home located in Utah? Yes. Is that at 304 Cottonwood Drive? It's 3011. Sorry, I have poor handwriting. And that's where you currently reside. Yes. Do you have a mortgage? It's not a mortgage, no. What is it? It's a home equity loan. This woman, I swear to God, she takes money from any fucking entity she can. Oh, no mortgage. Can barely buy bread and milk. But oh my God. Second mortgage. Yeah. So from what I understand, you and Miss Rhodes were discussing life in general, and you may have made some comments about how difficult it is having no insurance and paying for things in life in general. Yes. And then she offered to give you money. Correct? Yes. And you initially refused it. Yes. And then you accepted. Yes. With Oriah, do you remember any specific conversations with Carol? Sorry, I don't. And with Mike, do you remember any conversations about him giving you money or paying money on your behalf? The one thing I specifically remember is for my dogs, for my animals. Do you remember asking him to pay for your pharmacy prescriptions? Objection. Form. Don't answer. It's harassing. I didn't mean it in a harassing way. I just don't understand why it's harassing. Because it's personal and it's irrelevant to the lawsuit. We're talking about someone paying money to her on her behalf. And you know, that's an issue in the lawsuit? Sure. So I was just asking. Let me ask this way. If Mike testifies in this case that you asked him to pay for prescriptions on your behalf, is he lying? He offered. Oh my God. Unbelievable. She just keeps going. Oh my goodness, this woman is insufferable. He offered. So what I understand, you never asked him to pay. He offered. Yes. Did you ever ask Mike to pay your attorney's fees? No. Has he ever offered to pay your attorney's fees? You can answer. Yes. With the cash that Mike gave you directly, do you remember the conversation about what that cash was to be used for? Yes. And what was the substance of those conversations? I was to pay back two people, Kathy Rhodes and Ed Yeager. Kathy Rhodes was that to pay back the $3,100? Yes, the 31. When did you have those? That discussion with Kathy Rhodes and Ed with Mike? Sometime in 2013. Was this before the filing or after? Before. Before or after you received a letter from an attorney on behalf of Miss Pruitt? It was after. And you said Ed was somebody else you owed money to? Yes. Who is he? He's an administrator on Websleuths. And he also he does our technical work. He did our technical work. Hey, midlife. We are reading Tricia's deposition from her 2011 lawsuit. What's up, allegedly innocent? This is crazy. I know, this is crazy, this is crazy, this is crazy.
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Right. Fucking thing sucks.
It's about to be fucking Tricia in this deposition. Thank you for sending peeps over. He's an administrator. He did our technical work. And what did you owe him money for? Well, in 08 or 09, I don't remember the year. He paid for the server fee. So approximately how much did he pay for the server fee, if you remember? I think it was around $1,600. Shit. She asked for $1,700 one time, $1,900 another time, $1,600 this time. listen to this. In 2008 or 9, he loaned her the money. And then he says from 09 to 13, did you have any discussions about paying the money back? She says, yes. What type of discussions did you have? I offered to make payments. He said no. To pay him back when I had the full amount, not to worry about it. Oh my God. When did those conversations happen? I think 2010, 2009, 2010. In 2011, I asked him to set up a PayPal account to put money in it for me to pay him back, and he ignored it. And those conversations, did those take place over the phone? Through email. Mostly telephone, one email. And there was another person you named, Helen? Who's Zoo Mama? Yes, I like that name. When did Miss Ross give you money or pay money on your behalf? If I remember correctly, it was 2010. How much did she give you or pay? I can't remember. Do you remember what you used the money for? Bills and such. Going back to Mike, do you remember how much it came about that he paid? Did he give you money for the server? Or did he pay it himself? He paid it directly himself. Do you remember how it came about that he paid it? If I remember correctly, at one point he offered. And at one point, I took him up on it. Do you know why he offered? Nice guy. Do you remember telling him anything about your financial situation? I could have. I don't remember. So with all these people I just listed, essentially, if I'm understanding, these are people who offered to give you money, correct? Yes. You never asked them to give you money, correct? No. You never asked them to pay any third party on your behalf. If they offered, I took it. But you never solicited money from them, correct? No. So if any of the people we just listed come to testify in this case that you asked them for money, they would be lying, correct? Objection. Form. Go ahead. I don't know if they'd be lying or not. They offered and I accepted. But it's your position that you never asked for money, correct? Objection. Form. Go ahead. If they offered, I can help you anytime, any place. Whatever you need, let me know. Please let me know. Then I may have gone back and said, okay, I'm going to take you up on your offer. Yes, I need your help. That's what I mean. Going back to Websleuths Exhibit 3, Etiquette and Information. Do you have that in front of you? Uh-huh. The solicitation, soliciting financial assistance. Do you see that? Yes. It says soliciting financial assistance in the forum, chat, or via PM is strictly prohibited. This means both overt. In quotes, it says, send me money and subtle poor me, and I could really use some money forms. Do you agree that soliciting money can be an overt or a subtle form as described here? Are you talking about in chat or via PM? Because that's what or are you just talking about in general? Because in general, it's not talking about in general here. This bitch and her semantics. Right. I understand general. I was just trying to get this description and apply it to life in general. Do you agree with that, right? Say it again. That life in general, a person or people can solicit things either in an overt manner by saying, I need this, can you give me this? Or in a subtle manner by saying, you know, it's really tough out there. You'd agree with that, right? Yes. And it was your testimony, if I recall correctly, that Vicky, the last time she gave you money was 2010. If I remember correctly. Or 06? Is it possible she gave you money in 2014? Now. What is your understanding as to how the money that comes into Websleuth's account is to be divided? The way your client set it up, I was allowed to take $3,000 a month. And then when we started making $3,000 a month comfortably, she would start taking a salary. But in the end, she would take out the same amount that I would. At some point, we would equal it up once the forum started making money. So is your understanding at some point it would be 50-50? At some point, yes. But in the beginning, you were allowed to take $3,000 a month. Does that include expenses to be paid for the site, or is that exclusive? My understanding is I was allowed to take up to $3,000 a month, and I would pay bills out of that. So you would pay the Websleuths bills out of your $3,000. Yes. And what do those bills include? The server, a couple of Skype accounts. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. Yes, Remy. Do you know what the Skype accounts are for? They're used to make phone calls to verify people. So just so I'm clear, your understanding was that you would get $3,000 from the Websleuths Chase account, right? Yes. But from that $3,000, you had to subtract the monthly expenses for the server fee and the Skype accounts. That's the way I understand it now, yes. Was it your understanding at the time? At some point, I thought it was going to be $3,000 a month and then the expenses. But as you sit here today, including your $3,000 a month is the server fee, the Skype fee, and your draw. Yes, and any other bills that come along. So, for example, let's say the server fee is $300. And for purposes of this example, took in $3,500 in 1 month. Do you follow me? Yes. So the server fee is $300. You subtract that from $3,500. That gives you $3,200. Yes. In this situation, with your understanding of the agreement today, what would you be allowed to take out of that $3,200? $2,700 because I have to pay. I would start with $3,000, take the bills, take what's left over. And the remainder of the money would be for Miss Pruitt? It just wouldn't be touched. We haven't decided if it would exactly go to her or what. Because the caveat of she'd start taking money after we were making it comfortably. Depending on if we were making it over and over. If we were making it over and over each month, yes, it would go to Miss Pruitt. So that money, anything left over, would just stay in the account. Yes. And that money would go to the next month, correct? Yes. But that money wouldn't be included as income for the next month, right? No. So the money that wasn't touched would stay in the account. Yes. And you'd start over. Whatever the income, you'd start over again, deducting the expenses and taking your share, correct? Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. So, well, it's your understanding that you're able to take up to $3,000 minus expenses for the server and Skype fee regardless. I don't know. You're not sure? I'm not sure. Did you ever ask Miss Pruitt what you were allowed to do? It was just understood I'd take $3,000 a month, and that's how it was understood. So you know it. This lady. Is there an email that discusses the $3,000 a month? Yes. I'm going to locate that for us. I'm handing you Exhibit 4. Is that the email? Yes. The question is it your position that this April 25th, 2011 agreement between you and Miss Pruitt supersedes anything regarding salaries in the Websleuths LLC? I'll make an objection. Form again. Yes, this supersedes that. Are we moving to a different topic, or are we staying here? I don't know yet. Can we take a break? Yeah, I need a break. I need to take a break. We can take a break. We're off the record. So we made it through to page 77. Let's see. How many pages is this whole thing? So actually, we're on page 20. Let's see. She sure talks in circles. 28. Wow, this is a lot. Holy shit, Tricia. Okay, so we go to page 51. Aw, thanks, Jerry. Happy Easter to you, too. Let me get back up to 20. Yeah, I'm gonna read a little bit more, and then I'm gonna get off here and go eat dinner. But I can read some more. I want to find this is a good breaking point, but I'm not ready to break yet. So we come back on the record. Miss Griffith, we're back from a break. We're still under oath. We were talking about your salary or what you believed it to be. Was there a time when you told Miss Pruitt you would take less money on a monthly basis if you had paid off your vehicle? Not that I recall. Have you paid off your vehicle since you met Miss Pruitt? Yes. When did you pay it off? Summer of 2011, but it has another loan on it. Oh my God. Is it like a title loan? Yeah. Oh. She was even pawning her title? Dude, this is like junkie behavior. When did you get that title loan? I can't remember. I'm handing you Exhibit 5. And I'll take these from you here so you don't have to worry about that. This is an email exchange, correct? Uh-huh. And if you look at the top, there's an email from T. Griff. That's you, correct? And it's to Sue. And this is in April 12th, 2011, correct? Yes. In the middle paragraph, you say, with the $8,500, there are a few things I will have to pay off the bat. Which $8,500 are you referring to in this sentence? I'm assuming it's part of the $11,000 that she gave, that your client gave for the website. So this is your email to her, telling her what your plans are for the money that she's paying for half of her interest in the website. Yes, that's your recollection, right? Yes, it says 3 people have given me money and I want to pay them back. Do you see that? Yes. And these are Websleuths members who gave you money? No. These are other people? Yes. Who you know not through Websleuths? That's correct. Allegedly, it's gambling. At least. These aren't even Websleuths people. And it says they all gave to me when they were they all gave it to me when they were doing well financially, and now they're not. That will take the $8,500 down to $65,000, but that is still plenty to keep me going. Do you see that? Yes. Do you recall when exactly you received the $11,000? I received it in 2 parts, but I can't remember the dates. I'm sorry. I'd have to look. Was it after May 1st, 2011? I think it might have been before. I think. Then the last 2 sentences of this email says, or 3 sentences says, quote, I swear I'm not that big of an idiot, just desperate. So desperate at the time, I can't put it into words. End quote.
Down, dude.
Thank you, Haley. Jump to page 44 before you go. It's electric. Okay. Thank you. Whew. What did you mean by that? I can't remember. Just what it says. Could it have meant that you were desperate in a financial matter? Perhaps. And to clarify, it's your testimony. No other Websleuth members besides Kathy Rhodes, Mike, Oriah, or Helen have given you money since you and Miss Pruitt joined. To the best of my recollection, yes. Can we go off the record really quick? My battery just died. We're off the record. We're back on the record. Miss Griffith, Miss Pruitt gave you money prior to you and she entering into a business relationship, correct? She gave you money that wasn't related to her purchasing your interest in Websleuths. Are you talking about the loan? Just any money. Not to me. She gave money to, for pizzas and things like that for searches. But if she gave me something personally, directly, I apologize. I do not remember. Did she ever give you money after you entered into the business agreement for things that weren't associated with money for the business? Yes. Was that money a loan or a gift? There was 1 loan and 1 gift. going to show you Exhibit 6. Have you seen this before? Yes, I have. This is your PayPal account, correct? What's the name on this PayPal account? Now it's Tricia's True Crime Radio. Has it had other names previously? Yes, it was. What was it called? It might have been Websleuths Radio at some point. I apologize. I'm not sure. So she just changes the name willy-nilly? Dude, I'm telling you, this lady has not paid taxes. There's no way. She don't even know what the fuck. She's got loans out on titles and... Oh. Let's go ahead and flip to the back. You see the first record entry at the bottom, April 26, 2011. Yes. What is that for? The Driving Revenue Inc. It was this advertising thing that I had set up, and I had since canceled it shortly after this. It was some weird thing. I didn't quite understand it. It's like if somebody typed a link or followed a link, that it was posted randomly in a forum and we got payment. Now, this payment says April 26, but it was probably for March or even February. I don't think we got any of these payments much more after this because I canceled it because it was weird. I didn't trust it. It was bad. It was, and we talked about it. Let me ask you this. I noticed where it says type at the top of each column, and it says payment form. I didn't see where there was any money sent from this account to any accounts. Does this account only receive money, or does this account also send money? Oh, no, we send money. I send money. Was the sending redacted from this account? No. Never asked for it. Do you still have access to the payments that were sent from this account? Yes. Back on page 320, who is Cheryl? She was somebody, a member who donated to the document fund. What's the document fund? The document fund was a fund we set up to collect money to pay for somebody to go get documents in the Casey Anthony forum. Are there going to be multiple payments in here for the document fund? There's going to be a few. Do you remember when the Casey Anthony case first went to trial? I can't tell you when it was. Was it in 2011? It may have been there. I don't know. Let's go up to Linda. I also like that name for obvious reasons. It says a $650 transfer. What was that for? Yes, before Sue came on, I had Websleuths product to sell. Websleuths mugs and things like that. I was still selling it, trying to recoup the losses, and Sue was aware of this. It was for a mug. So the Websleuths products, when did Websleuths start selling products? I believe it was 2009. You said you were trying to recover the losses? I never did sell as much as I paid for them. How much did you pay? Let me back up. I'm assuming there was some kind of manufacturer who created the Websleuths products. Yes. How much did you pay to that manufacturer? If I remember correctly, it's just a guess about $4,000. Is there any outstanding balance today? I don't know. Have you received any notification from anybody who created the Websleuths products saying they're owed money? No. Go to June 8th. Tracy, do you see that? Uh-huh. You see that? Yes, I'm sorry. Payment of $35. You recall what that's for? That's for the ad-free. For a while, members would have to pay $35 to have the advertisements removed from their pages. So they could, $35 to have ads removed. So they could view Websleuths without any ads, is that correct? Yes. And do you agree the majority of Websleuths income comes from advertising? Yes. Do you see an August 8th, 2011 payment from Pamela for $100? What was that for? That was either a document donation or a refund to me. I can't remember. I'd have to look. What refund would there be for? It was for an eBay purchase. So she's using the Websleuths PayPal to also shop on eBay. Definitely, I think she definitely plays dumb. Do you see above that? Payment from Sue Pruitt for $300. You know what that was for? She put that in my account to help me. To help you for what? Financial reasons? To help you pay your personal bills? Yes. Did you ask for money? No, she offered. Did she offer after you discussed how difficult life in general was? I don't know. I can't remember. Did she offer after you informed her that you were unable to keep your electricity on? I don't know. You don't remember? I don't remember. You don't remember what her offer or if her offer was in response to anything you said, correct? That's correct. What is the payment above? It says Blog Talk Radio, 7912. What's that? That was a radio show I did in conjunction with Websleuths. Then she goes on to say, oh, they paid me, blah, blah, blah. And True Crime Radio. Let's see. Is True Crime Radio like incorporated? No, I don't get paid for it. Is that what you're asking? Right. No, I don't get paid for it. So True Crime Radio doesn't make any money. If it does, not for me. Does it advertise on Websleuths? I put the link up to the radio show. So does it pay for space that it takes up? No. No? No. Let's see. Can you turn the first page? Your payment from Mike, $4,000. Is that the payment you referenced earlier? Yes. And that was the money that he offered to give you just after having discussions about life in general? Yes. And that money was just to pay your bills and things like that. If I remember correctly, yes. And if you go to July 16, 2013, another payment from Mike in the amount of $3,600. That's $7,600. Do you know what that money was for? I can't remember. So according to these records you provided, he's giving you at least $7,600. Yes. And if we go to July 16, 2013, another payment from Mike for $500. Do you see that? Yes. Do you know what that's for? I think I'm remembering now. If I remember correctly, this part of the money was used to pay back Kathy. Okay, so Mike offered to pay back Kathy for the $3,100 you received from her. Is that what you're saying? Yes. You never asked him to pay that amount for you, did you? He offered. Did he offer to specifically pay the Kathy debt? Yes. Do you know why he wanted to pay the Kathy debt? I can't remember the conversation. I'm sorry. Is the money that he's giving you a gift? Yes. There's no expectation for you to return the money? That's correct. So in effect, he has allowed you to wipe clean some debts of the money you owed people, correct? Yes. And if you look up on May 22nd, 2014, you see a payment from Vicky for $300. Yes. What was that for? She was repaying a loan. So Vicky borrowed money from you? Not from me, from Helen. So why was she transferring money to you for Helen? She transferred it to her account because my bank account, because I could transfer it to my bank account. And I was staying with Helen at the time. I could go get the money from my bank account and give it to Helen. Oh my God. Helen was one of the members that gave you money previously, right? Yes. So this time she needed money, correct? No, Vicky needed money. I guess I'm confused because it says a payment from Vicky. It's going into your account. Yes. And then you would take the money from your account and put it in your bank account? Yes. And then you would get the cash. What would you do to the cash? I gave the cash to Helen because Helen sent Vicky money. The person suing her is Sue Pruitt. Would you say it's pretty common for Websleuths members to loan each other or give each other money? I have no idea. What is L&M Wholesale? I see a payment from them. Payment from, I sold I think this is what it is. I sold an iPad that I had. Was that iPad purchased with money from websleuths.com? It was. Objection. Form. Are you asking if it was purchased with money? I mean, let me ask you this. Do you have multiple iPads? No. Do you have an iPad right now? Yes. Was there a time when you and Miss Pruitt purchased iPads using the money that was in Websleuth's account? No, I didn't. No. Just so I understand the payment from Sue on August 9th in the amount of $300. That payment would have been approximately 2 months after Miss Pruitt paid you for your interest in the LLC, correct? Is it 2011? Yes. Yes. So even after receiving that 11 grand, you were in a situation where you needed 300 from Miss Pruitt? No, she just gave it to me. I didn't ask her for 300. Do you remember saying anything around that time that you needed money for food? I don't know. I don't remember. I could have. Have you ever overdraft any websleuths.com bank account? Yes. On multiple occasions? I think 3 times. I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 7. If you could keep it next to Exhibit 6, I want to do a comparison. And I'm going to represent to you that Exhibit 7 is the PayPal account in Miss Pruitt's name. You understand? Uh-huh. Yes? Yes. And your PayPal records, I'm going to show you this. Your PayPal records go from April 2011 to July 2014. Yes. And Miss Pruitt's are from January 2011 to August 2011. Do you see that? Yes. So it goes back a little further than the record you provided, right? Yes. Do you recall on February 10th, 2011, a payment from Miss Pruitt in the amount of $50? I don't, but it's there. I see it. Yes. Do you recall on February 11th, 2014, 14 days later, a payment from Miss Pruitt and for $300? It's there. I see it. Do you know if these were gifts or loans? I honestly don't remember. I'm assuming they were gifts. Do you recall on March 9th, 2011, a payment from Miss Pruitt to you in the amount of $800? It's there, but I don't remember what that was for, I'll be honest. This is looking bad.
Going to the clinker, the big house.
I want you to be honest. And then on April 7th, 2011, there's a payment from Miss Pruitt to Websleuths. That's your, yes, PayPal, correct? The amount of $200? Yes. Do you know what that was for? I don't, unless it was part of the money for that. I don't remember. Don't remember. Could it be possible that Miss Pruitt had given you money on February 10th, 24th, and March 9th as gifts? Yes. Do you recall having conversations with Miss Pruitt about your financial situation? Yes. What is your recollection about those discussions? I had emergency surgery. It was a big problem. And that was, I think it was the health issue, was the emergency surgery. So it's your recollection, she gave you money to help cover those expenses. No, I think it was, you know what? I can't remember. I just remember that at the time, well, maybe not. I don't know. That's okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 8. This is an email. It's from you to Miss Pruitt. Do you see the second paragraph that says, just wait and see is something I can't afford. I have $600 in medicine coming up again tomorrow, and the list goes on and on. What do you mean by that? I think exactly what it says. That you have an expensive, I guess, medication you have to pay for? I don't know. Well, it implies that you not only have $600 in medication coming up the next day, but you have other expenses to pay for, correct? That's what it says. And you agree that can be perceived from that sentence that it looks like you don't have the money to pay for that medication, correct? Yes. And then the next paragraph says, with the money I borrowed from you last month and the money coming in this month, I have enough for bills for June and July. See that? Yes. Now, this was after 2 months after you received $11K from Miss Pruitt, correct? Yes. I had used the money to borrow to get some emergency fixes I need here. I had to pay off my doctor and other bills. Do you see that? Yes. So the money you borrowed, is that what you're referring to? Just exactly what it says. Was that referring to a loan Miss Pruitt made to you? I'm assuming that is the loan money, yes. So just to get our timing straight, May 2011, Miss Pruitt bought 50% of your interest in Websleuths for $11K. Then in June of 2011, Miss Pruitt loaned you an amount of money. Yes. Because you needed money, correct? Yes. And then in July of 2011, in this email, again, at least it's reflected that you're in need of money again, correct? Yes. Then if you go down a couple paragraphs, in all caps, it says, quote, let me stress, I'm not hinting, suggesting, or even giving a whiff of anything as far as you loaning more. You see that? Yes. I'm not going there. I'm just trying to explain. My problems are not your problems. You see that? Yes. Is that the type of thing you described earlier as far as discussing with friends, life in general? Yes. I'm going to show you Exhibit 9. Is this the promissory note that you signed in favor of Miss Pruitt for the loan we talked about? Yes. And that's the amount of $6,000, correct? Yes. And it pays an interest rate of 6%, correct? Yes. And it was due a year after the loan was made, correct? Yes. And in exchange for this loan, you pledged Miss Pruitt as collateral a portion of your interest in Websleuths. Is that correct? Yes. If you could turn to Pruitt 0059, it's the last page of this stapled packet. It's a check, correct? Yes. This is the check you used to pay off the debt to Miss Pruitt, correct? Yes. And this check at the top says the Mary F. Arrington Family Trust. You see that? Yes. Who's Mary F. Arrington? My mother. And Craig, is it P. Arrington? Yes. As trustee, who's Craig? My brother. So this money was given to Miss Pruitt on your behalf from a family trust in which you are the beneficiary? Yes. Was the money, the $63.60 that was paid to Miss Pruitt, a loan to you from the family trust? Yes. So essentially, you're taking out a loan from the family trust to pay off Miss Pruitt's loan, correct? Holy shit. Now she wants Beth B's will. Holy. She knows exactly what a beneficiary is. You're right. Bing bong.
Bing bong.
Whatever that is. A beneficiary. I didn't even know what that was. Tricia? Wow. You know, that's a legal question, and I'm not prepared to say yes or no because it involves a trust. Do you have to pay back the $63.60 to the Mary F. Arrington Family Trust? When the trust is dissolved, we will see who's taken out what and figure it out that way. What? So you just help yourself to your mom's money, and then when you divvy it out, you'll be like, oh, just take that away from me. What? Do you ever think that prior to June 10th, 2011, when you signed the promissory note, that you should go to the family trust and take money from the family trust? No. Would you agree with me, Miss Griffith, that, and this is not meant to be in a personal matter, that maybe handling money is not your strong suit? Yes. And those are actually your words, right? I would agree with those. I don't know if they're my words, but I would agree. I'm going to show you Exhibit 10, email, August 16th, 2012, to Miss Pruitt from you. And it says in the second sentence, as you may have guessed by now, handling money and taxes are not my strong suit. Right. So those are your words, that handling money is not really your strong suit, correct? Yes. Do you think you have a problem budgeting money? I've come a long way since then. My finances were a mess. Everything was a mess. But since then, I've become much better. And I've been working very hard to improve. Do you recognize the email address VLPay@Gmail? Who's that? That's Vicky. I'm handing you Exhibit 11. This is an email from Vicky to. Wait, I'm handing you. You'll see this appears to be an email from the address that you identified as Vicky. Yes, to Miss Pruitt. Correct. Yes, and it says anything from Michael yet? You see that? Yes, and then it says I have reached out to another DJ I found last night that has gone through a horrific experience with gambling and asked if she would be willing to help Tricia. I'm waiting to hear back. Do you see that? Yes. Do you know what Vicky appears to be referring to? Talking with a DJ who experienced a problem with gambling and if she would be willing to help you? Objection form. Can you ask in a different way? Sure. As you sit here today and you're reading this email from what appears to be Vicky, first paragraph, do you have an understanding of what she's referring to? I don't know what DJ she's talking about with a horrific gambling problem. I have no idea who that is. When she says and asked if she would be willing to help Tricia, do you know what type of help she's referring to? Objection form. If we go much further down this road, I'm going to ask her to plead the fifth. Well, I was asking what she was referring to. I understand. I'm just saying. That's fine. Do you know what she was referring to in that email? Now, have you ever had a gambling problem? Objection, form, harassing, irrelevant, don't answer. Are you going to follow your lawyer's instruction? Yes. Have you ever participated in online gambling? Objection, form, harassing, don't answer. Are you going to follow your lawyer's instruction? Yes. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 12. This is an email from you to Miss Pruitt, and it's dated July 28, 2011. Look at the fourth paragraph where you say, it's literally 99 in my house. Then it says no air conditioning. Of course, I got to do 2 round trips to Salt Lake and back. Minimum of $800 to get tires. Why, if you remember, were you telling Miss Pruitt that the tread on your tires was splitting apart and it cost a minimum of $800 to get new tires? I think I was just explaining what was going on in my life. So this is just another one of the just friends talking. Yes. And then it says, the tap in my kitchen is broken. My dishes are piling up. You see that? Yes. Just got my bathroom fixed. See that? Yes. My shower has the worst mold I can't get rid of, and on and on and on. Do you see that? Yes. And in response to this email, did Miss Pruitt give you any money? I don't remember. I do remember she gave me $300 at some point. Maybe this is when she did that. Then at the bottom it says, and it starts with, and this has been a huge, do you see that? It says this has been a huge sucking vacuum for you. That's not right. Wasn't supposed to be like that. What are you referring to as a money sucking vacuum? I'm not, well, I think it was the money she put in to pay James, our ad guy. And he didn't do what he was supposed to do. What? James was the one she was all pissed off about. Where's James? James didn't come through. Da 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 da. And you were upset that his not living up to your expectations wasn't getting a return from Miss Pruitt, right? Yes. And you thought that was a waste of her money by constantly giving him money and him not doing anything, right? Correct. And you were concerned about that from Miss Pruitt? Yes. But that didn't stop you from receiving a loan from Miss Pruitt and taking other gifts from Miss Pruitt, right? Yes. Have you ever tried to sell anybody your organ? Not a bodily organ, but an organ that plays sounds. I had an organ for sale once. Was it like an antique? Yes. I can't look at you now. I'm sorry. I'm not even objecting it to you. Go right ahead. Who did you try to sell the antique organ to? To some friends. Anybody from Websleuths? No. Did you ever offer to sell an organ to Kathy? No. Did you ever suggest that you would issue payment to Kathy and notate in the payment it was for the purchase of an organ? Oh my God, she asked Kathy to give her money and put in the memo that it was for a freaking organ.
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms.
This is actually crazy. This Exhibit 13 I've handed you, this is an email from you at the top, right? Yes. It's from you to Miss Pruitt, correct? Yes. It says, Sue, I'm so desperate that I can't say no. Is that in reference to the $300? Probably. And it says, if I had any money coming in soon, I would say no thank you. I have lived off on nothing for a week or so, but I don't have any money coming in until the 30th. You see that? Correct? Yes. And this was August 2011? Yes. This was after the 11 grand? Yes. This was after the gifts? Yes. This was after the $6,000 loan? Yes. Oh my God. When you put it in that sequence, $11,000 for Websleuths.
Creek Town, dude.
The gifts, the rando, 100, 800, then a $6,000 loan. And then in the next sentence, it says, the good thing is the little corner store lets me get bread and milk and other food they have on credit. So I'm never without food. Thank God. See that? Yes. So at the time you were getting food on credit from the corner store? Yes. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 14. It's Chase bank record. It's your personal bank records you produced in this litigation, correct? Yes. This bank, it's in your name, but it says DBA Websleuths. Yes. This was prior to Websleuths LLC bank account, correct? Yes. So there was money going from Websleuths being deposited into this bank account. If there was, it was just for a short time. I don't know. I'd have to take a look. In the beginning, it was just a mess. Then go down to the top of page 34 of 36. You see this page? At the bottom, it says fees and other withdrawals. See that? Yes.
Creek Town.
And it says June 1st, insufficient funds on the first line. Yes. And then the next line says June 1st, insufficient funds fee. And then the next line says June 1st. For one or two more lines, an insufficient fund fee, correct? Yes, this is the DBA account. And if we turn the page at the top, it says insufficient fund for June 1st. And then it says June 3rd, insufficient funds. June 7th, insufficient funds. And then June 7th, extended overdraft. So this was in June 2011, right? Yes. And this was about a month after Miss Pruitt paid you $11,000. Correct? Yes. The witness. Is it lunchtime? I think it's about lunchtime. We are off the record. All right, we're going to cut there on this. Holy shit. This is why you got to read it all, because you don't know what all was thrown in here. This is crazy town. This is absolutely crazy. Okay, let's get to the super chats that I missed. Sweets, thanks for your super chat. Jay, do you know that Tricia claims to be a victim of Ted Bundy? Why does that not surprise me? What a loser. Page 44. Okay, so let's go. Oh, God, I don't know why I can't stop yawning. Let's go to page 44 because Haley says it's electric. Page 44. So we're going to skip ahead. This is about the Travis Alexander Family Fund. Oh, this is about Mike. He talked about making donations to the fund. So you don't remember? Okay, we'll do it all in order. I appreciate that, though, Haley. It'll be fire. We'll get to it. Because we're really not that far off. We stopped at lunch. So we really got a lot done, right? What page was lunch? I mean, this is just more than being bad with money. She's taking money from